DNBS also.
You're from Conclave? Welcome.
Once again, it's literally very good. And we are also seeing the industry stalwart and the sectoral stalwart. Welcome you all. First, if we consider Bharat Microfinance report, in case of GLP growth, in case of to bring together all the stakeholders and deliver it on the ongoing issues and some deeper issues. I would like to request Mr. Gigi Mamen to be coming here and do the lighting, and I would also start this or inaugurate this financial inclusion event, and I would also request Mr. H.P. Singh to be here with Mr. Mamen, please to come here. Mr. H.P. Singh, please to come here. We are honored to get you all together on the same platform.
Yeah, I think there should not be a भगवान भी ध्यान रखता है. Thank you.
Chief Guest Sri Shamir, Special Secretary Finance at any point of time. Please, sir. Now request Mr. Mamen to be briefing the
respected dignitaries on the dais, RD from Reserve Bank of India, Mr. Balu Chapa, then CGM UPR, Mr. Samir ji also will be joining us, Dr. Prakash Bakshi ji, our ex-chairman NABARD, dignitaries of the dais and dear friends. First of all, let me welcome all of you for this conclave event. It's very nice to see a full hall, even in a morning when it is very cold, foggy. I'm really thankful to all of you for making it, and welcome once again to all of you for this today's conclave. Let me first of all thank NABARD for supporting this conclave. In fact, NABARD has been supporting Sa-Dhan in doing similar kind of conclaves elsewhere also. This is the third of the series. One we did in Uttar Pradesh, then in September we did in Karnataka, and this is the third one. And I would say this is the biggest one we are doing. And thank you, Sanjay ji, for that. To take an assessment of the status of financial inclusion in a state, and also work out the way forward, how to go forward, and what are the things we should do. So basically it is looking as we are trying to look it as a paper to be developed regarding the policies for the state. You know that financial inclusion is an important component of inclusive growth or developmental growth. And financial inclusion has been one of the major focus for the policy makers, government. Reserve Bank of India for the first time came up with the program for financial inclusion in 2005, and ever since that, the financial inclusion has been a buzzword. whether it is in the government parlance or the banking or Reserve Bank, NABARD. This has been a very important role as far as the development is concerned. You have a financial outlet, a banking outlet in every 5 kilometer district, in every district. So that has made the people more accessible to the banking system. But subsequent to 2014, we have seen that there has been a movement for bringing everyone, all the adults, into the banking fold. Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana has been a major program for the government, and as a result, you find out today there are more than 48 crore bank accounts open under the Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana. And these accounts have a balance of nearly 1.8 lakh crores. So it's a huge initiative. In fact, as a result of that, the number of bank accounts have doubled almost. In fact, earlier in 2011, around 40% was considered to have bank accounts. But today you have more than 80% of the people having bank accounts. Insurance, payment, all these things, remittance, everything becomes part of the financial inclusion. But the focus is mostly on the banking account and opening bank account and having a bank relationship. Credit becomes an important aspect as far as financial inclusion is concerned. Especially credit to the poor. That's one of the major weaker area, I would say. And that has been a focus of the policy makers and the government for a long time. You have several initiatives which were taken as part of bringing credit to the people. I would say that even it started from the early 20th century, that is around 1908, you had the Cooperative Societies Act promulgated, basically to bring cooperative societies, cooperative credit institutions as an outlet for providing credit to the people. After the independence, if you see, there were several things were done, whether it is the that you had a nationalization of banks in 1680. There was a lead bank scheme started in the 70s, early 70s. Regional rural banks were opened. Answer to the requirement. In 1992, when NABARD initiated the SHG Banking Engage program, probably that was one of the major and massive programs for bringing people to the banking fold. It has served a purpose. It has served to an extent. But still, there is a long way to go. That's how in early 2000, specialized institutions called microfinance institutions were started. And they started providing credit, microcredit to the people. So, major initiative and major supportive role as far as financial inclusion is concerned. We know that today, microfinance has become such a massive program. You have more than 3 lakh crore outstanding under the microfinance program. And it has got around 7 crore families, households, supported by that, serviced by that. Active households are more than 7 crores. If you see the UP state, we have more than 20,000 crore outstanding as of date under this microfinance program. So microfinance definitely plays an important role and supportive role for promoting financial inclusion. In UP's concerns, we are trying to see how UP has been doing. We will be getting more information from our subsequent deliberations. But what I can say is that UP is such a big state. We know that it's the largest state with nearly 24 crores of people. Microfinance can go a long. Even today, the penetration of microfinance is not that high. The highest the penetration we see is is around 40%. Whereas there are several districts with less than 2%, like Mainpuri or Etawah or Farrukhabad, Balrampur. All these districts have less than 2% of microfinance penetration. So let's hope to hear from them.
Mr. Mohammed, please be here. Mr. Mohammed, please be here. You should welcome all our guests. There is welcome for our guests over here in the panel. Thank you, sir, for coming. Mr. S.K. Dura. chair of Sa-Dhan for welcome address and setting agenda. And this is one of those important occasion and also very sacred this time when we'll be getting a presentation for on UP. We'll be looking forward for it. So those who haven't been registered yet, please go there and register yourself. Yes, over to you, sir.
You can if you want.
Morning everyone, and I welcome Mr. Gigi Ravi, Mr. Chekha.
Let me get the names right,
Dr. Balu Kenchappa,
Regional Director RBI.
and Mr. S.K. Dogra, CGM Ahmedabad, and Gigi Ravi. And I welcome all of you, and especially Dr. Bakshi, to be here. So on a cold, foggy morning, I think, let me take forward the UP agenda forward, but let me also delve a little bit on the microfinance aspect of, what financial inclusion is all about.
Yeah, he sees this.
Financial inclusion is not only on microcredit, but would also include savings, insurance, and even healthcare. I think, what people are doing in that field across over there. And once the pandemic hit, I think, and as I mentioned, this also helps in every which way of improving the income generating capacities of the borrowers, the household in terms of how your hygiene, your health takes care of that. So it becomes a wider term in terms of its inclusion as such. Moving forward, I think, in the current context, if you really look at the digital footprints which are being enacted, with everything probably moving online, I think, we're talking about how cashless collections have started happening, how cashless disbursement have started happening. I used to remember when in our earlier days when I started my business across in microfinance, we used to have practically nil bank accounts, where we used to do everything used to be cash. I remember at times, our guys, having hordes of cash to disburse to people, and when everybody used to ask us, so many women around across there, and disbursing cash, and it used to be a very horrifying experience as such. But now, I think with the Jan-Dhan accounts, being there, practically I think every MFI now disburses into the bank accounts with women borrowers as such. Along with that, I think if we look at probably what the environment also talks about is, we do a lot of activities in terms of solar lamps and our carbon footprints, which helps in climate change, it helps in renewable energy. All these factors and points are definitely very indicative of how the financial inclusion space is now panning out to be. State being HDFC, ICICI, and if you look at Indus Bank through Bharat Financial, probably they are one of the major players in terms of the banking industry and such. NBFC MFI is a separate category which the RBI created, and I think that has done wonders for all of us. Moving forward, it becomes a very focused class for all of us to move forward. Then the advent of the SFBs, the moment they got advented, and these are all majorly microfinance institutions, and that also gives a flip to what financial inclusion is all about. When the SFBs also came into picture, and then not-for-profit, which also become a part of Sa-Dhan's own agenda of looking at this landscape also. If we talk about the AUM, I think the AUM is very significant in terms of 2,70,000 crore, which the AUM talks about, and about 10.9 crore loan accounts, with close to about 7 crore unique borrowers, and that's a huge chunk, which we talk about when we talk about microfinance and stuff. And if we talk about a CAGR of about 20% for the last 4 years, sorry. So CAGR of 20% year on year for the industry to grow, I think, which is very, very significant in terms of how the growth has probably taken place. And if you look at the entire ecosystem of the microcredit industry, I think 64% is contributed by the MFIs across over there. So that's, what the landscape is all about. I think come straight to the distribution as such. UP constitutes, when we talk about UP, and this conclave is all about UP, and what the deliberations will probably go during the day, but UP is among the top 10 states. So if it looks at the ranking as such, I think UP is the 4th state in terms of the percentage share in GLB. And I was talking to someone in the morning, I would have had my way. We as an institution would have probably just remained focused on UP, and our entire AUM could have been in UP. But the ecosystem doesn't talk about that, and you have to probably diversify, otherwise the lender will make your life miserable, the rating agencies will make your life miserable. But given a chance, I think you could probably done everything in UP. So that's how significant UP is for us. In terms of the distribution, I think the distribution is very clear amongst all the MFIs. It's about 20 to 25%, which is the urban part. I think about 78% is the rural part. Now that is also very significant when we talk about microfinance as a whole ecosystem as such. Because when you talk about rural and the rural women and the rural households, I think the way this probably pans out is fairly significant. There have been institutions which have majorly worked in the urban space, but I think what has happened in the entire ecosystem of microfinance, I think urban really takes a pride to the place for us, and it actually contributes towards the GDP of the rural industry as such. Next 5 years post the pandemic, I don't think it will be the massive growth which is going to happen across it, and this is very clear as you can see it in the run up to the 1 year post the pandemic, and I think we are all looking at about a 20% growth in the industry as such. So this is what the whole I think universe is going to be 17 lakh crores by March 2026. And whosoever is entering new, whosoever wants to enter new, and if you look at the entire industry, I think that's a huge industry which we are talking about. And it's set to MFI sector is set to increase to about 20 to 25% growth year on year. That's what everybody talks about, and the numbers will fairly be significant moving forward. So this is where we talk about UP. When we go about Uttar Pradesh, it's all starting with the U. So microfinance in Uttar Pradesh, if I really look at this, 1/6 of India's population is here. The target market for UP is set to reach 2.5 lakh crores, which is the present industry of MFI right now. So look at the fair jump, which will have. But for us, the best state has been UP. In the entire pandemic, which would probably be there, and I think this is probably one of the states which really has catered, significantly to our AUM as well as to the collection efficiency across over there. So that's what the 833 crores is what the market right now is there in UP. Now, when we talk about 24,000, I think something which is really have to be understood is when we talk about 24,000 crores, believe me, this is the part which actually helps the GDP of the state to work upon. When you talk about 24,000 crores, which has moved across to various households in terms of microcredit, somewhere or the other it helps in actually looking at increasing the GDP of the state also. So when I talk about 24,000 crores, this is actually the money which rotates around in the GDP of the entire state as such, which is fairly significant, going forward. And so if you look at the transition which is going to happen in the next 3 to 4 years in UP, from a 24,000, I think it's going to move to 2.5 lakh crores, which is probably a 9 times or 10 times jump which is going to happen across there. So people who are there in UP, brace yourself to look at growth, moving forward across there. And if you really look at it, if you look at the history, how it has probably come across in the last 7 quarters, it's been among the top 5 states across over. So, which is again fairly significant if you really look at. Administration across over there. I think we had probably one of the best runs for us in terms of microcredit across over there. And I can say it for everybody else who's been present in UP. I think if you look at and compare the state as what it used to be during my days when I started at Conclave. The state administration work is absolutely fantastic, and it is probably a very conducive environment for the growth of microfinance over here. Number of borrowers, unique borrowers, from a 29 lakh moves to what 72 lakhs, which is there. So this is how the growth of UP has panned out to be. Just wanted to touch base with you on our journey and why I say UP is important for us, because we started our JLG mechanism, as Sa-Dhan's history, we used to be an individual lending company doing microcredit, but we were majorly in the urban areas. So when we started, our first JLG foray was in UP, and we started from 3 districts. These districts were again, Sikandrabad, Galauti, and Bulandshahr. And I remember very distinctly. You won't believe it, but when we used to talk to the lenders, they said, "Bada dimag kharab hai kya? UP mein ja rahe ho." I said, why? Because practically it was a no-no area to do with microfinance. There were a few institutions which had come to UP, but were not being able to make the cut across, moving forward. So when we started with UP, our whole thought process was that when people say that it's a difficult terrain to navigate with, we thought, okay, fine, if you are able to do it in UP, we probably will be able to do it anywhere in the country as such. And we were fairly successful, When we looked at it, by March 09, that was how UP, when we actually entered this in 2008 and navigated that. So this is, I think this is what we've talked about this thing, Today, for us, I remember during the demon days, I just want to share with you, our portfolio, 52% of our portfolio was in UP. And we did get badly hit across in UP, but still, since UP was resilient for us, I think, we really were able to bring it back over there. Today, it contributes about 17,000 we disbursed in the last 5 years about 8,000 crore of loans in UP. And during the pandemic, as I said, there was none other state which we could actually look at and have a competition with UP when we hit the pandemic and during the course of the pandemic. And as I said, if you have a state administration which is very competent and look after its entire administration in that role, believe me, your portfolio will be the best amongst any one of that. And that's a very significant thought, which I want to leave it with all of you guys. Wherever you find that the state administration is really apt and good, I think, we will have one of the best portfolios moving forward. So I think, we remain bullish, and I think, just to leave this with you, I think, practically everyone who wants to really work in the MFI industry as such, or maybe the small loans segment as such, this is probably one of the same. And in fact, if I look at the other financial inclusion space, both in the healthcare and education sector, this is again, a very significant state which probably would be there. Just a small line on the new avatar of Sa-Dhan. I think, it's been talked about. I think, for us, our tagline of fostering inclusive impact finance, I think, that is what we are looking at Sa-Dhan now moving forward. And for us, we are going beyond the definition of microfinance, encompassing financial inclusion in its wider aspect as such. Looking at policies, advocacies, I think, this is fairly one of the chapters, where I think, Sa-Dhan is taking initiative now to be present with you to really look at it. I think, from the organization standpoint of view, with Gigi Saab and the entire Sa-Dhan team, I really congratulate them for putting up this show, and the national conference which we had, so we look forward to this thing, and so this is the vision. I think, we've probably talked about it, the goals which are there, gender inclusiveness, G20, we're talking about sustainable development goals. This is now the new avatar of Sa-Dhan, as the new avatar of microfinance also starts taking shape now. And this is the most important. Thank you so much. Thank you.
request Mr. S.K. Dora, CGM NABARD, for keynote address. Sir, over to you.
Esteemed Dr. Prakash Bakshi, ex-chairman NABARD, Dr. Balu Kanchappa, RD RBI, Sri H.P. Singh, Chair Sa-Dhan and CMD Sachin Credit Care Network Limited, Sri J.G. Memon, ED and CEO Sa-Dhan, all the dignitaries representing banks, NBFC, MFI, government departments and the press. Good morning and greetings from NABARD. I would like to start with a macro perspective on microfinance. Macro perspective in the sense that what is the output impact, what is the employment impact or effect of microfinance sector. There are quite a few studies, but I'd like to quote National Council of Applied Economic Research. The study has found out that the contribution of microfinance to gross value added GVA is 2.03%. And put it in the right perspective, the contribution from all financial sector players is 5.5%. So this is a huge contribution by microfinance sector in comparative terms. And in terms of employment impact or effect, microfinance in terms of both direct, indirect, in terms of forward and backward linkages, had contributed for employment of 1.3 crores. That is also a phenomenal contribution of the sector in terms of employment generation. And microfinance is one of the important drivers of financial inclusion because it directly addresses poverty, which is the SDG 1. It addresses gender equality, SDG 5, decent work and economic growth, represented by SDG 8, sustainable consumption and production, SDG 12, and now many of the microfinance institutions are working towards combating climate change and its impact. So that is also slowly taking up the issues, the problem of climate change and addressing SDG 30. Before going on a historical evolutionary process of the microfinance sector, I would like to emphasize that the sector story is of high growth and inclusiveness. For the last decade, between 2012 and 2022, the growth has been 16 times from 17,269 crores to 2.93 lakh crores. And if we include the SHG bank linkage program, then it is 4.82 lakh crores. And the major players, banks, still continue to account for 30% of the portfolio, NBFC and MFI 35%. And there has been a tectonic shift in the microfinance sector after the formation of small finance bank. So they are also an important player, the small finance bank, along with other NBFC. They now cater to about 27% of the portfolio. But I will not do justice if I don't mention about the evolution of the SHG bank linkage program, because that is one thing that NABARD had contributed immensely. I'll take you back to 35 years back. In 1987, NABARD along with MyRadar started an action research program with the basic objective of testing few hypotheses. The hypothesis were the poor are bankable, because so far the general view or paradigm was that poor are not bankable. NABARD wanted to test the hypothesis poor are bankable. The second hypothesis was substitution of physical collateral by social collateral in the form of creation of group and the peer pressure which will act as social collateral. Third was bank can provide finance and do banking with informal groups. That had not happened hitherto. And finally, basically the SHG group can decide about the allocation of fund among themselves, among their members. And in 2020-21, NABARD created a microfinance development fund of 100 crores. NABARD leveraged this fund, operated or worked in collaboration with 50,000 plus bank branches, 5,000 NGOs, government departments, and numerous foot soldiers to catapult this small experiment to the largest microfinance movement of the world. And I'm happy to inform you that now presently there are 12 million SSGs catering to the requirement of 14 crores households with a deposit of more than 50,000 crores and outstanding loan amounting to 1.5 lakh crores. And in terms of impact, phenomenal impact in terms of poverty amelioration, women empowerment, fighting social evils and causes like dowry, alcoholism, and not to talk about the livelihood generation, which subsequently government adopted this model in terms of SG, SY and RLM also. So, what are the drivers of the microfinance sector? I feel the biggest driver is the technology. The microfinance growth has been fueled initially by the revolution of internet technology and the smartphone or mobile phone penetrations. Presently, internet connectivity is available to 66 crore of our population in India, and smartphone penetration is so large that almost 84 crore people have smartphones. So this is what has fueled or revolutionized the microfinance sector. I also feel the clear supervisory guidelines by Reserve Bank of India from time to time, and recently in 2022, that has acted as a catalytic for the growth of microfinance sector, along with general professional appraisal, professional approach to business, and internal factors also. I would like to flag certain issues that the sector faces from time to time. May not be very pervasive, but even if 2%, 3% of the players are creating this problem, it has tremendous, what you call reputational risk. The 3-4 strong criticism against this sector has been over-indebtedness of the borrower, exemplified by the Uttar Pradesh crisis, the charging of usurious rate of interest, often disproportionate to the cost of funding and operational cost also, harsh recovery practices. I am flagging these issues so that the sector is not maligned or reputation risk doesn't make the microfinance movement what I am to say that the risks are minimized and the sector moves in a big way. Recently in 22, RBI as an anecdote to this risk, to minimize this risk, has come out with this regulatory framework which encompasses a revised definition of the microfinance with income less than 3 lakhs. It has been announced from 2 lakhs. Board approved policy for assessment of household income. Board approved policy for limiting the repayment of outflow vis-a-vis the maximum permissible limit of 50%. Pricing of loan, there again board approved in all-inclusive pricing policy and a requirement for a standardized and simplified fact sheets to clients, and this is also the rate of interest is again subject to supervisory scrutiny. Disclosures have been specified in terms of rate of interest disclosure, in terms of collection practices, fair practice code. So these supervisory measures are going to ensure that the reputation risk is minimized. Now, what is the way forward? The way forward, I feel the sector, the microfinance institution needs to broaden their range of their products from basically they are operating in a very narrow range of products, need to go for large scale financing of housing, clean energy. Some of the MFI, big MFIs are doing in Cambodia, Sri Lanka, they are doing a lot of financing in clean energy. Working capital finance is another area where a lot of fund flow can come from the microfinance institution. Micro insurance, especially in the health sector. After the COVID, a lot of requirement is there for insurance, micro insurance for the rural India. Sanitation, then investment. These are some of the areas which have been identified for expansion and for both widening and deepening of credit by the microfinance institutions. Another area which I feel is going to impact in a big way the microfinance movement is the technology. Already many of the players are adopting technology in a big way. I'll just tell you that new and emerging technologies like machine learning, AI, data analytics, they are helping microfinance institutions in a big way. So it's time that a lot of investment should flow to adopt these emerging technologies by the microfinance institution for not only onboarding the client but also for credit assessment, risk assessment and delivery also. Recently, I, along with my DMD, had visited Lucknow. We visited one of the microfinance institutions, this is NBSC MFI, and they are already using machine learning for these purposes. In fact, I am tempted to quote here a study by KPMG. KPMG survey, actually it's a survey, it has pointed out that 50% of MFI are already leveraging emerging technology like AI, ML for credit assessment, 40% for customers onboarding, 9 out of the 10 MFIs are going for cashless disbursement, 50% of the MFI were already CBS and CRM software on board. 1 out of every 4 MFI uses robotic process automation for their customers' onboarding processes. So technology is the key for taking to the MFI sector to a higher level. Already fintech which is a global phenomena, are coming and associating themselves with MFI. So MFI have to work with the fintech companies for onboarding these new and emerging technologies for entire gamut of financial services. And in fact, the government's India Stack initiative, which encompasses Aadhaar, eKYC, eSign, UPI, digital locker, this is actually leading to a lot of cost reduction. I was studying one of the report. It has mentioned that because of this India Stack, which is presenceless, paperless, cashless service delivery, the MFI's cost of delivery has come down to 25%, 1/4 of the original. So technology is the key to taking the sector to a different level, and technology is the key to provide seamless services in a very integrated manner. Another phenomenon which is taking over in the entire banking sector is the platforms are coming out. China has a lot of big platforms where integrated services are provided. Apart from credit, insurance, legal services, software consultancy. So all this can be provided in an integrated manner by the MFI if they go for this new technology, embodying the new technologies. Then the last thing regarding geographical penetration, 88% of our MFIs are catering to top 300 districts. This is a very, the concentration is in a very limited area. So it is time that the MFI should also look and serve the bottom 300 districts. That is from a social perspective. And presently about 82% of loan portfolio is confined or concentrated in 10 states. So geographical expansion to newer areas is very much the requirement for today. And finally, the scenario, growth scenario, the NCER study has given a scenario, best case, that is the most likely scenario. MFI sector by 25-26 will contribute about 2.7% of the gross value added. And if the best case scenario, that is the most highly expected scenario, the contribution can go up to 3.52% of the gross value added. So phenomenal scope and potential, and request all the players to take advantage of the scenario, diversify their portfolio, leverage technology and provide seamless services to the bottom of the pyramid. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dora, for your very insightful deliberation. I would now request Dr. Balu Kenchappa, Regional Director, RBI, for inaugural address. Over to you, sir.
Good morning, everybody. Dora sir, Singh ji, Mamit ji, Bakshi sir. I've been asked to speak about 10-15 minutes and say special address. I'm not sure how much special I can make the address. However, I have a couple of things to share with you. I'll have some two parts to my speech. One is somewhat general, and second is RBI. RBI, Dora sir has already touched upon largely, but one or two focused areas I thought I'll just emphasize. Financial inclusion, a lot of literature, everything has been discussed. I don't want to articulate. One word I do remember is that democratization of finance. That's something that we need to remember at the policy level. That's it's a process of democratizing the finance. The second thing is that the credit GDP ratio, if you look at the macroeconomic development of any economy, one thing is being always emphasized, that what's our credit GDP ratio? The credit in all respects, it may be microfinance, but Sa-Dhan. So therefore, the credit, the role of credit hardly needs any more emphasis. So therefore, more and more credit we do, more and more successful we are. So therefore, who should bring the people at the the lowest level to bring to the credit market? Often it is said that, or rather, there are two sets of people when you talk about jewel. Whether jewel loan companies who are doing aggressive business. I've seen companies from Kerala having 5,000 branches, 7,000 branches all over goods and corner. The kind of financialization of the asset, otherwise it's a government asset that is happening. That's something amazing. Though there are other ways of looking at it, is that why should we import so much gold? Why there is so much appetite for the gold? That's another thing. It's our import bill also significant in terms of the import of gold. But then the gold loan companies have their own say in terms of the meeting the requirement of, let's say, 20,000, 5 grams, 3 grams, 10 grams gold, and you can make some money, create money out of it. That's something is economic good. I also remember when you say financial institution and MFI, the poor attract the rich. It's always said. What does it mean? We have the situation where MFIs are invested by private equity, venture capital, and foreign investors. Lot of big money is coming to make it to the small. That's a sort of a size transformation. You get 100 million, 10 million, and make it 10,000 rupees, 50,000 rupees. That is something, size transformation seamlessly. That is something that one needs to appreciate, the contribution in creating the capacity. If you ask me, the public sector banks, post-60s, post-nationalization rather, that mass banking has all been talked about. Branches have been opened and massive financial institutions through the branches, efforts have been made all across large part of the year. But then, the brick and mortar branches, do they have capacity? The kind of loans that have been onboarded, the kind of new customers they are onboarded, through these branches, as compared to a company like Bajaj Finance, for instance. The number of customers they onboard in a month, massive. I don't want to give the number, though I know largely, but then it's just not comparable. Second is that the recovery culture, the culture of repayment that happens in a private space is not there in public space, public lending. So when you, MFIs, at the bottom of the pyramid, when you give 20,000, 50,000, you also bring a culture that, look, this credit is not to keep it, and you make me write off NPA and then make provision. So that cultural transformation from the beginning, that's going to happen. On the other hand, our public sector brothers, the capacity to recover is somewhat lacking, especially small ticket. So therefore, this is some contribution I would recognize that MFIs are doing, that the culture of repayment, if you don't pay, then there will be recovery, people will be happy. Though, as Noraji said, I also observed that a lot of harsh recovery practices are being followed, not only by MFIs, even digital lending platforms and NBFCs. MFIs are not alone. Andhra Pradesh was a bad case, because of which the regulation followed. When we talk about financial inclusion, how do we balance between the responsible lending and responsible borrowing? That's again, the discussion point. That in case of MFI and the customer interface, who should be more rather protected, or the regulation should address whom? The lenders or the borrowers? If you look at the RBI's regulatory dispensation post, I think 2012 or so, it's more of a protecting the borrower. Historically, the Banking Regulation Act and all the attached regulatory framework was on the depositors' protection. Financial health. How do you ensure the financial health of the lenders or the intermediaries? But here is a case, in case of MFIs, there is a more bias towards protecting the borrower than ensuring the health of the lender. That's a regulatory focus. If you see the RBI regulation, even the March 2022 regulation, as Doraji clearly said, that it's more towards protecting the borrower or rather making the lender more responsible by saying that you should not lend more than 50% of the EMI. The EMI should not exceed more than 50% of the monthly income. And we also say that it's usurious. The interest rate should not be usurious. And somewhere in this MFI, to me it looks like, you know, our belief, the fundamental belief in the system, public policy discussion is that the market should take care of itself. That's what is happening in the loan market, that's what is happening in the MSME market, that's what is happening in the corporate loan. Highly competitive, depending on the rating, depending on the risk profile of the customer. You know, one bank takes over the other loan, and then there is always a fight that goes on. A lot of fighting happens, because I am telling with all the responsibility, as a banking ombudsman for 3 years just before coming to Lucknow, I got to involve myself as an ombudsman to resolve between the borrower and the bank, two bankers. Because there is always a dispute. If you go and leave me alone, leave me aside and then go to another bank and I will put you foreclosure charges which is not justified. Or some other non-compliance charges and all. Always trying to retain the AAA or AA customer. There is a huge competition, but then market is supposed to take care of that. But in MFI sector, by saying that you should not charge, earlier we were having a price cap on the interest rates. That has been left to the board now. The board has to decide that what is the pricing. There are principle-based regulation we call. We have defined the principles. How you should price, and the board should approve, board should examine it. The cap has gone, that's just something, a good thing. So therefore, one should understand that there is a limit on which the pricing that can happen. I still remember somewhere around 2012 or 11, 13 or somewhere. This I was sitting with one of our deputy governor who looks after the supervision of my own work, and then here walks in a CEO of a large private sector bank. And I continue to sit there, and then the conversation goes on, something like that. And then the CEO asks him that, sir, I wanted to go aggressively into this MFI lending. It related 1 lakh, 2 lakh or 50,000 kind of ticket size, but mostly at the rural side. But the question is that my operating cost is so high, I cannot certainly lend it at 14%, 13%, 15%, though my cost of fund is around 6%. So what is your comfort level? Because you don't have any regulation. For banks there is no regulation. So then the deputy governor was very passionate about the cause of MFI, or the micro loans, so to say, market. He said, I think somewhere around 21%. That's what the answer. So meaning that the pricing, what is optimal pricing? There is no. The market has to define. Market has to arrive at. But then in the MFI space also, there must be a market that should, take care. But if you look at sometimes, I keep looking at here and there, what is the net interest margin, what is the return on asset on this particular MFI, post Andhra episode. Very copious. I have seen one of the return on asset at 8%, 7%. Meaning, I am not, jealous or envious of it. The question is that the market should, reduce the spread. The market should work in such a way that risk-adjusted spread, I am saying, risk-adjusted, taking care of the NPA, the return on asset continue to be 6-7%. Whereas a typical public sector bank can make a net interest margin of, with difficulty they make some 4.5%. Banks like ICICI, HDFC Bank will make around 4% plus, consistent. So therefore the cost of intermediation, if it is continued to be high, then the market correction, my personal belief is that should happen. So therefore, it is not an individual MFIs. I'm not saying that you should cut prices and we should. I'm only talking about the market. That why is that the cost of intermediation is so high? One is operating cost. Certainly, I can appreciate. The question is that there are different, the last mile connectivity. There's no alternative. There's nobody available there. That's another problem. Branch banking may be there, rural bank may be there, but they are not into this business. There are quite a few reasons it's possible. So therefore, this is one observation I thought I should leave with you. Reserve Bank has also enabled co-lending and joint lending facility, where risk is shared, something like 1585. You identify the borrower, and then you take the risk in first class, and then as I see it, I don't have the data to tell you how much joint lending and co-lending programs are on. But then the MFIs that should explore with the public sector banks, though they have money, but then they don't have reach. So you have the reach, but may not have money. In any case, often I keep saying in various forums, when people talk about CD ratio, in CD ratio, UPE is very low, around 40+% per RBI. If we include certain other items, it will be around 50+. It's lower than the national average. But then what that omits is that the money that has been pumped through the MFIs and the NBFCs and other alternative to the banking system, that is not captured. Though credit is deployed in the state, but it is not captured. So therefore, the point I am trying to say is that co-lending, joint lending, if that can happen, that should happen, because that is in the regulatory space has been enabled. Now I have few issues in relation to RBI regulation in 2022 March. I'm sure the market must have really enthused into the amendments of the revised framework. One thing you noticed, earlier the regulation of MFI was MFI NBFCs. There are the MFI NBFCs which are doing the MFI business and they were regulated. Now there is a different regulations were there if the bank is going to do MFI business, or let us say cooperative bank, urban cooperative bank, or DCCBs are doing MFI business. So now this particular piece of regulation that came in March, it basically harmonizes across the regulated entities, that is primary urban cooperative bank, and DCCBs, and public sector bank, small finance bank, and MFI crop. It also brings in on board the non-profit or not-for-profit companies which are into MFI. They are also now first time brought under the regulation, and they also require registration. In a way, the regulation brings in respectability. That's what my experience of 30 years in Uttar Pradesh. Whenever there is a situation, there was, for instance, when we are talking about dual regulation for urban cooperative banks, and urban cooperative banks facing the problems all over India and other things. A issue was raised at the discussion at the highest level of the government and RBI, that why not, the cooperative, because of dual regulation, only the state and central government will take over. Or for that matter, MFI, when there is no regulation by RBI, there was a lot of pressure on RBI also to regulate. Meaning, the regulation brings in respectability. The MFI industry also wanted that, yes, we do want to be regulated, so that we regulate. So this is where the role of Mr. G.G. Memen and Sa-Dhan comes in. Meaning, as a self-regulatory organization, they have the mandate to do and not to do certain things, which they are effectively doing, including policy advocacy, and quite a bit of it. In fact, I was very, before coming here yesterday, I was looking at your website. So, a couple of things perhaps, the March regulation also, earlier also, it has said that whether, to bring in little more transparency and market correction, so to say, the southern type of SROs and industry associations should publish the range of interest rate that have been offered. I did not see whether there maybe in website some corner it could be there, I'm not sure. I did not see whether the Sa-Dhan type of organization publish the rates that are being charged. And like that, quite a bit of mandate also has been given in terms of the rates that have been model board resolution, model board policy, board of policy. All those can be contemplated by the servers. And similarly, the training of staff. As I told you, I was a DO for 3 years. I have seen quite a bit of complaints against MFIs and small ticket. They are not MFIs, but then they are quasi MFI. They are not registered as MFI, but they are NBFC. But they are also into low speeds, related below speeds. The kind of opaqueness, the kind of contract structure that is defined is very pathetic. There is no terms and conditions entitling something to do and not done. Or for instance, transparently declaring the annualized interest rate, which is comparable. Some people will compound on a daily basis, some people will compound on monthly basis, some people will compound on quarterly basis, because the rate differs. 10% daily compounding is not equivalent to 10% quarterly compounding. But then in the small word it is written 10% daily compounding. So therefore that kind of things is there in the market. Let us remember today we are poised to talk about that we the global power in 20 years, 30 years, 40 years. We cannot become global power unless otherwise our grassroots connection is strong. Unless otherwise the grassroots has trust in the ecosystem. Whether it is deposit, we all grew up protecting the depositor's interest always. Now it's a time that to protect the credit card holders, protect the MFI borrowers, protect the MSME borrowers. That's what the talk that is being talked about. That's how everywhere. So therefore, it's everybody is responsible, not just regulator, to keep the ecosystem very hygiene and it's not spoiled. Gauraji already highlighted many other things, but the thing is this: I'm not here to give a sermon or anything, but then it's a fact that it is collective responsibility that we bring in a good ecosystem in terms of the leading space in MFI business. I wish you all the best. I wish the organizers and thanks for giving me an opportunity also to come and share my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kinshapa. So this session has been, a kind of setting up the tone for whole event, and we will be deliberating in line of this what we had been directed by the stalwarts and the regulators. So thank you everyone, and I would like to request Mr. Mamen to present them a small token of appreciation. Yeah. See, sir. Can we request Mr. Singh to give the special token of appreciation? Why not? Thank you very much. Can you please stand and thank you. And the major data source of this industry is Credit Information Bureau. We are very happy to welcome Ms. Pooja Lal Arora from Tree Farmer to give us a better insight on the sector of microfinance of Uttar Pradesh. Pooja, over to you. Light थोड़ा off करना पड़ेगा इस साइड का.
Thank you so much for giving us the opportunity
divided this session into 3 parts. One, I'll give you a brief background about our company, that is Conclave. The second section would cover the microfinance industry, pan-India, and the third section would be specific to microfinance industry in Uttar Pradesh. So this is about CRIF India. So we have 3 entities in India. One is CRIF Highmark, that is basically the credit bureau. The second one is the CRIF Solutions. We have various software and the solutions provider itself. Along with that, recently we have got the in-principle license for the account aggregator. We are awaiting the operating license from RBI. Post this, we will be considered as an end-to-end solution provider in India itself. If I have to talk about CRIF Highmark in India itself, as we mentioned, we are one of the credit bureaus in India. We were the first one to launch the microfinance credit reports long back. Apart from that, we were the first bureau to provide the SHG section in our credit reports. We were the first bureau to provide the commercial score also, along with the commercial rank. Above all this, we are one of the first bureau to be considered as mass market bureau. The reason behind is we provide a comprehensive credit report wherein you get all the trade line information of the consumer, commercial as well as the MFI. If we talk about the database size of CRIF Highmark, we have approximately 52 crore individuals database. If I have to bifurcate into the 3 database into consumer, commercial and MFI, so we have approximately in consumer database 1475 million records, and in microfinance database we have approximately 597 million plus. We have seen an overlap between the consumer as well as the commercial database, wherein we have seen the commercial database records approximately 58.2 million records, and then overlap in the consumer database is approximately 9 million. So on a monthly basis, with the help of the various lending institutions, we are providing credit reports approximately 30 million on a monthly basis. We have the investors like PNB, SBI and Citi. This is a brief background about our company itself. If I talk about the microfinance industry, as of September 2022, Mr. Singh has already covered a lot of insights in this industry, but I'll further deep dive into this section itself. So if we will see that the microfinance sector has always witnessed quarterly growth of 5% in the book, and on a yearly basis the growth is approximately 21.4%. If we consider the active loans, the base has already grown by 3.2% on a quarterly basis, and on a yearly basis it is 11.7%. On the basis of the live consumer base, the data has been obtained wherein the quarterly growth is 1.6%, and on a yearly basis the growth is 6.8%. Similarly, on the scenario of the average balance per account, there has been a quarterly growth of 3%, and on an annual basis the growth is 14.1%. Similarly, in case of the average balance per borrower, the quarterly growth is approximately 1.7%, and on a yearly growth it is 8.6%. If I have to further bifurcate the microfinance industry into rural and urban segment, then the rural markets have grown by 5.9% on a quarterly basis, and on an annual basis it is 25.9%. Similarly, on the urban markets, the growth on a quarterly basis is around 3.6%, and on an annual basis it is approximately 15.5%. If I have to further deep dive into the pan-India and the various states itself, so we have observed that approximately the top 10 states constitute approximately 84.2% of the portfolio outstanding. All these data is as of September 2022. So we have already seen that there is a quarterly growth also in states like Bihar, Karnataka and Uttar Pradesh. Apart from that, the average balance per borrower for the top states, which includes the Tamil Nadu, Bihar and West Bengal, they have stood around 51.9 thousand 53.1 thousand and 47.3 thousand crore respectively. If we have to see which region has dominated, so Eastern region has dominated the microfinance industry with the market share of 32.7, followed by the Southern region, wherein the market share is 26.9%. Apart from that, if we have to further bifurcate the lending institutions, so banks portfolio in Eastern region has maximum market share, that is approximately 42.4%. And if we have to consider about the NBFC MFI lenders in the Eastern region, the market share is approximately 28.7%. The small finance banks, their presence is there in the Southern region, hence their market share in Southern region is approximately 36%. If we have to talk about the delinquency trends about the microfinance industry pan-India, then we have seen an improvement in the 30 plus DPD, which has improved from 5.8% as of June 22 to 5.4% as of September 22. Similarly, if we have to notice the 90 plus DPD in the microfinance industry, we have seen the incremental growth there itself. And in case of the 180 plus DPD, we have seen a growth of 9.9% as of September 22, wherein Maharashtra, West Bengal, Madhya Pradesh and Kerala, they have the highest DPD in 180 plus section itself. In case of the write-offs, we have observed that 5.7% as of June 22 against the 6% as of September 22. If we further bifurcate the portfolio outstanding of microfinance industry of 3 lakh crores, we have noticed that the 5 best performing lenders contribute approximately 30,413 crore and the 5 worst performing lenders contribute approximately 56,375 crores. Similarly, if we talk about the delinquency level basis the 30 plus, 90 plus and 180 plus, the 5 best performing lenders have contributed 0.4%. The worst lending, 5 worst lending, they have contributed approximately 15.1% in case of the 30 plus DPD, and in case of 90 plus DPD, the 5 best performing lenders, their market share is 0.2%, and the worst performing lenders is 7.7%. So this data we have contributed and considered only the 30 MFI institutions. If we have to further deep dive of the delinquency trends state-wise, then we have noticed that the top states, they have 90 plus DPD of 2.4% as of September 2022, which has increased from 2.1% as of June 2022. In case of 90 plus DPD, we have seen a year-on-year decline for all the top states, for all the top 10 states as of September 2022. And if we have to consider the top 10 states, Bihar, Karnataka and Uttar Pradesh have less than 2% 90 plus DPD as of September 2022. We have also noticed that West Bengal, Madhya Pradesh and Kerala have higher 90 plus DPD as per against the overall industry of 2.7% as of September 2022. We have further deep dive into the delinquency trends of the top 10 states in the microfinance industry, wherein we have observed that in case of 30 plus DPD, the top 10 states compared to the overall industry with the market share of 5.4% has lower down, except the West Bengal, Madhya Pradesh and Kerala. In case of 30 plus DPD, the quarter on degrown has happened for all the top 10 states except West Bengal and UP, Madhya Pradesh and Odisha were stable. And in case of 90 plus DPD, we have seen a quarter on growth for the top 10 states except Tamil Nadu, Karnataka and Kerala. In case of 180 plus DPD, we have observed an incremental of quarter on quarter growth across all the top 10 states except Bihar and Uttar Pradesh. If we talk about the 90 plus DPD, we have seen a year-on-year decline for all the top 10 states. This was all about the microfinance industry, pan-India. Now we will move towards the microfinance industry, especially in Uttar Pradesh. So we have seen a portfolio outstanding growth of 44.44% instead of a 21.4% industry. In case of the active loans, there is a growth of 37.5% year-on-year. In case of the average ticket size, we have seen an incremental growth of 6.74%. And in case of the average ticket size, it has increased from 35.6 thousand to 38,000. And in case of the average exposure, we have seen a growth of 24.15%. If we consider the delinquency trends, we have seen a improvement in the 1 to 30% DPD itself, but we have seen that in case of 180 plus, there has been a growth itself. So if we talk about the total write-off amount, there has been a growth of 37.73%. So it has moved from 1,089.8 in September 21 to 1,501 crore in September 22. So if we have to further bifurcate the portfolio outstanding, among the various lender institutions itself, the NBFC MFI, they have the maximum market share, that is approximately 40.98%, followed by small finance banks, and then others. If we talk about the lender exposure in Uttar Pradesh, the industry, if we see, more than 4 lenders, the industry has 5.3% market share, but in case of Uttar Pradesh, we have noticed that only 5.1% of the borrowers have exposure more than 4 lenders. And against the industry, 84.9%, wherein the lenders are less than 2. In case of Uttar Pradesh, we have seen the exposure market share approximately 85.7%. If we move towards the ticket size composition in Uttar Pradesh, we have seen a lot of changes in the ticket sizes as compared to 1 year back. Against that, we have noticed the delinquency against the various ticket size has changed. So if we have to see less than 10,000 in September 2021, the delinquency was 14.43%. That has increased to 26.07%. Going forward, with the ticket sizes 10 to 15,000, 15 to 20,000, there has increase in the delinquency. But in case of the ticket sizes 20 to 30,000, 30 to 40,000, 40 to 50,000, and till 60 to 80,000, the delinquency trends has reduced drastically. But in case of higher ticket size, that is 100K, 1,000 plus, we have seen a incremental growth in the delinquency, which has moved from 17.45% to 31.05%. If I have to further deep dive into the delinquency trends among the various lender types, we have observed that the banks, they have drastically increased their delinquency trends across all the 3 parameters, that is 1 to 30, 31 to 180, as well as 180 plus DPD itself. But in case of NBFC, MFIs, small finance bank and the other lending institutions, we have seen a drastic reduction in the delinquency trends. If we have to talk about the top districts in Uttar Pradesh, basis the portfolio outstanding, the top 5 districts are Gorakhpur, Kushinagar, Saharanpur, Delia and Varanasi. In case of delinquency, if I have to talk about the top 5 districts, we have observed Ghazipur, Allahabad, Balia, Bareilly and Sonbhadra. So this is all about the microfinance industry in India as well as in Uttar Pradesh. If you have any queries at all, I'm ready to.
Rates that you arrived at. Was there any reason behind that? Because there's a top up to 20,000 high delinquency and again on 1 lakh above. In between that, 30 to 1 lakh is in the single digit.
Single digit. That's what we
But
understand.
what is the reason?
The reason behind is we have seen the average ticket size of the dispersal which is happening is more towards the higher ticket sizes itself. So if I go back to my previous slide itself, if you see in September 2021, the ticket size less than 10,000, the market share was approximately 1.1%, which has reduced to 0.7 in 2022. Similarly, the ticket sizes market share in 10 to 15, 15 to 20, that has drastically reduced, but the ticket sizes are increasing. So that's the reason higher the delinquency, the higher the ticket sizes.
If you have any question, you can always ask. Pooja is there.
You can
interact. Yes, so you can always interact with her. Thank you, Pooja.
Thank you so much.
She needs a better round of applause. I mean, we have given them only one day. And yes. Pooja, you have to be here for a minute. Please to come. I would request Mr. Maman to come here and present her a token of appreciation. Pooja, please. This round is very power-packed round. It is the financial inclusion in Uttar Pradesh building of facilitative ecosystem. The objective of this session is to understand the facilitative factor by means of partnership and resources available in Uttar Pradesh which can be utilized by microfinance sector. I will request Mr. Shankar Pandey to be on dais. He will be moderating the session. To be on dais, Mr. Sanjay Kumar Verma, DGM Bank of Baroda, in charge SLBC, to be on dais. Sri Subhramsu Sekhar Acharya, CGM NABARD SIDBI, to be on dais. Sri Triloknath Shukla, Business Head Microbanking Utkarsh SFB, to be on dais. And Mr. Amitabh Banerjee, Chairman Aryavrat Bank Lucknow, to be on dais. Mr. Shankar Pandey, Director BARD Lucknow, we are thankful to you to accept this. Thank you. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Very good afternoon, everyone, and my dear co-panelists. So I will open this discussion with some remarks, some observations, some compilations that I have made specifically for this session, so that it sets a tone for discussion for everyone. I'm sorry for, I would request some apologies from you because my eye is having some allergies and my vision is not really working perfectly for the last 2 days. It will get better, but I will have some difficulty in capturing what I have written. Okay, well, we know financial inclusion is a big agenda and very important agenda, and it touches 7 of the 17 development goals that the universe has set for itself. And India, of course, is a big votary of financial inclusion agenda. We are lucky to have G20 hostship this year, and we have already kicked off. And as we speak today, in fact, our NABARD is proud, host of first of its, many series of meetings that G20 Forum is going to hold. And the first kickoff was through NABARD hosting G20 meet in Kolkata, and which is focusing on financial inclusion. So I don't know whether Sa-Dhan wanted to tie in with that, but it is a great coincidence. World Bank has already stated that financial inclusion is the biggest enabler for reduction of poverty. I mean, the one single measure that contributes to reduction of poverty would be to ensure that people and populations are financially included. Another observation that many those who study financial inclusion space is that having a transaction account with a person itself, triggers, series of steps of financial inclusion. So basic is having that family or an individual having a financial transaction account, and of course we call it Jan-Dhan in India. So that is so important. And as we know, because we are all from the sector, and we know how much that one single account of having with the bank or any financial entity helps any individual. It provides him or her the financial address or identity, and that provides him, it is a passport to the financial form and financial services of the world, and how much that helps. I mean, just imagine our own families and our family members. I mean, those having, a bank account and those not having bank account. Like, just to quickly quote an example, my daughter is working in US. She is a professional in US, but I wanted to do some transaction for her because when she was a child, probably I bought some bonds or something which are over matured now. I just wanted to encash. I just inquired with her, do you have NRI account? Sorry, INR account, Indian rupees account here in India. Unfortunately, a daughter of a banker, a Nabadian, does not have Indian rupees account. So I am stuck with that until her next visit. I cannot encash that. So that is how the account facilitates. Well, not only it opens doors for a lot of financial services like insurance and credit to families and individuals, but it also opens, a lot of possibilities on their social development, their business getting started, their business getting expanded, getting higher loans for business loan, and of course that also their financial risk can be managed once they are financially included, and finally there is better quality of life for them. COVID has taught us that it is not just important to be financially included, but to be digitally enabled to be participating in the financial inclusion process. And without digital enablement, probably financial inclusion will not be that forceful. And it works on both sides. One, on the delivery side, delivery of financial services, as well as on the receiving side. Because if you are digitally empowered, both of them, the giver and receiver, I mean, the process has become so much, easy and cost-effective, convenient, and so on. I mean, just quote another personal example. I bought one flat for my post-retirement in Pune very recently, a year back, and I transacted about 1 crore of rupees of loan with a commercial bank. And I don't know who the branch is, which branch I am dealing with. I mean, to be very frank, I am not over narrating, I am just narrating what is true. I got 1 crore loan from a commercial bank for a flat in Pune, and I really, I mean, sincerely, I don't know which branch I am transacting with. I haven't seen a branch manager. I don't know what is the name of the branch manager. Just because everything was digitally enabled, my good people around me helped me to fill all those forms. Only interface with the banking person was with somebody who was the outsourced person of a bank, who traveled from Pune to Mumbai, where normally my family resides, and he came with a lot of documents, and I just put some 20 signatures on that loan, and everything is going on fine. Flat is mine, loan is doing well, and I got the loan without knowing who the branch is. I know the bank and who the person behind that loan is. So that's digital enablement. Well, despite all this, and despite great effort that Government of India has been doing for last 10 years, we still have good amount of population which is unbanked. Globally, it's about 2 billion or 1.7 billion population which is not included. And more significantly, there is a huge gender gap in those who are included and excluded between male and female. Female population is good 9% behind the overall inclusion rate. So that's to worry. And of course, when it comes to female, rural, poor women are most excluded. Now, this panel is all about enablers for financial inclusion. And I would again quote from some World Bank document, which are the most top 7 enablers which actually brings about good financial inclusion in the society. So I'm just, this is not mine, I'm just quoting from World Bank studies and documents. So most important is, which is the topmost enabler, is commitment from the public and private institutions, like government policy, public institutions participating in making that policy successful, and of course the private participation. And that we have great Indian example of financial inclusion, both Jan-Dhan to digital, UPI. That story everyone knows, I don't need to reinforce that. And we know how public-private interplay has really helped India surge in terms of numbers. We have numbers with us anyway, 1.4 billion population, but that we could really reach out to those in most parts of the area, and we could include them financially, and they happen to be world's most resourceless population. So this is a great example, and we actually testified and actually made their observation correct, that if there is a sound public policy backed by good public institutions and good financial inclusion agenda, and again it is backed by private sector, specifically with their prowess of technology, then how you can make numbers achieve and you can still include people. Then robust regulatory and legal framework, that I think we boast of our RBI and all the other regulators, and how best of the class they are in the world. And RBI was just speaking ahead of this session. So we know how concerned they are, how supportive they are. Then of course the ICT infrastructure, which again, I mean, India is almost number 1, number 2 in the world, and which should offer, safe, efficient, and wide, network, and that is what India needs. Then transaction accounts, and we made our Jan-Dhan story so successful. In terms of UPI, we have almost crossed China, and we are number 1 in digital transactions. Access for network, I think we have made huge progress during last 10 years, though regionally some of the regions may be behind some other either already averages or some other better off states. Unfortunately, UP happens to be one state where infrastructure is still needed. In fact, UP game is always spoiled by the denominator. I mean, actually UP is doing well, but what underscores that effort is that we have a huge denominator of 24 crore population, and then that denominator makes every ratio look very small for UP. But in absolute terms, efforts are huge. I know, being Nabardian and being part of SLBC for quite some time, I know how many new branches were added, how many new IT, ATM infrastructure has been added in UP, but still our denominator is the spoil. Well, awareness and financial literacy, I think with all explosion of media, social media, information media, all campaigns that banks and RBI and everyone else do, NABARD pumping in lots of money into financial literacy campaigns and banks doing their bit, I think it is improving. And of course, last enabler is, are your efforts bringing, volumes? Are you able to leverage the volume potential that your economy offers in terms of financial inclusion, financial transactions? I think that decides the sustainability of any player which is operating in the financial space, and therefore volumes are equally important because that would bring revenue to players, and when players are better off financially in terms of their revenue stream, they would continue in the business, and that would support and sustain the agenda of financial inclusion. So to go with this first round, I think this is enough briefing from me, and then I would get back there and request all my co-panelists to begin sharing their thoughts. In part 2, I have some more observations than what the survey has just thrown out to speak on how UP is faring on various parameters, and I will come at appropriate time. Thank you so much. Be patient. Nabard, Mr. Brajesh Singh is not there. Mr. Sanjay Verma, DG from SLBC is there, Bank of Baroda. I think they are the face of banking in UP because they are SLBC. Mr. S.L. Acharya next to me, who is SIDBI and who has been a great player in MFI sector and who have been so supportive. And of course, of late, SIDBI is really diversifying into so many areas. Mr. Govind Singh, Mr. Trillo, Utkarsh SFB, another great story from microfinance to small finance bank, and they have their own story to narrate. And Mr. A. Banerjee, Arable Bank. So I think compliments to SIDBI for Sa-Dhan for choosing such a well-balanced panel, and Bird like neutral organization to really moderate this. So it's my pleasure and privilege. So we can start with anyone. I think I will start with Nabard.
Yeah, thank you.
So first few thoughts. So what we are planning is, Raymond.
Thank you for introducing me as CGM. So I just want to clarify, I'm paneled as CGM, not yet CGM.
You're almost there.
Thank you, sir. And of course, Pandit Saab was my CGM in UPRO, and now he's director of BIRD. Not many know about a lot of efforts that BIRD does, the studies, and there's a Center for Microfinance there itself. Before I start my presentation on what we have to offer, I'd like to thank Gigi Manam sir and Sa-Dhan for using this opportunity here and giving UP a special focus for this conclave. Thank you, sir, for giving us an opportunity to present ourselves also. Coming, and my co-panelists also, eminent personnel on that, all of you, sir. Actually, in NABARD, almost everything that we do is financial inclusion. All the development activities. I don't think if you take only the refinance for banks, that also indirectly goes into the small and marginal farms. They are getting included. And if you go back, like in the morning, right from all these three speakers who spoke about financial inclusion and importance and all that. We started with the SHG Bank Linkage Program. And now the NRLM and SRLM has taken over. NABARD has taken a back seat on that. Earlier we used to sponsor SHG's formation. Now that NRLM and SRLM is doing it, we are not. However, the important thing there is that though the formation of the group was taking place, we are now focusing more on skilling them. Skilling meaning getting the capacity to absorb credit. And that's where you can come in as far as lending to those. Because credit is a major player in the financial inclusion field. And like today morning I was speaking to DGM of Canada. We talk about the recession that the world is facing. Everywhere. All of us, since we are in the elite class, we discuss a lot on the financial factor. Recession is the biggest fear that we have. But in India, there's a dichotomy. My morning session was talking about there's going to be at least 3 to 4-fold increase in the credit flow that is going to take place. Why? And this sir was just mentioning to me, there's a huge demand gap. Unless that demand gap is fulfilled, then only comes the recession thoughts. Unless my stomach is full, I will not go into qualitative activities. I am bhookhar. So these are activities that will actually push us to. And NABARD as an enabler we have got a lot of funds that are available with us. And we can classify them basically into the literacy programs, the technology adoption programs, as well as connectivity. Now, if you see the eligible banks and financial institutions, I think there are some commercial banks here, as well as small financial banks is there. RRB is also represented, and the cooperative banks. There are some activities which are fixed for this. The MFI sector is not there. There are certain programs there. So we have got these literacy programs that we conduct, and we have got 28 districts in UP, which are special focus districts, where we can lend them some programs for financial literacy. There are Nukkad Natak's programs also available. Similarly, the literacy through financial literacy centers. Now, most of the banks have been given, commercial banks have been given about, I think in UP it's about 138 centers, blocks that have been identified for financial literacy, and they're going to go in a big way. NABARD has got the Financial Inclusion Fund from where we lend for both CAPEX as well as OPEX for 3 to 5 years. I request all the banks to really let go and avail of funds. These are all grant support, grant. And we are, and I feel it's bad that I have to push for banks to take the grant from me. That's the sad story. Okay, I can understand loan, you have to pay interest for it, but grant, please take it. These are the activities. RRBs and cooperative banks, we've got these vans. You know, this vans was a real marvelous thing that happened during the COVID time. Nobody could reach anywhere. These vans reached the rural areas, reached the people, lent the money, and that's where the economy moved. Okay, business, we've got this IITF scheme where for business correspondents and business facilitators, who give them assistance by way of reimbursing their fees, capacity building, refresher training program. Now comes the hardcore activities that we can give. Micro ATM deployment. Now all of you are eligible. That is these commercial banks, small finance banks, RRBs, the cooperative banks. Now micro, see, beginning from 22,500 and special. Again comes POS and MPOS. I don't know whether any of these private players are there like Paytm and all that. My commercial bankers, my small finance banks, cooperative banks, don't come to me as much as they are coming. UP itself, I have got about 30 crores budget. And I feel bad that my people who are here, who are actually the last mile connectivity, they are not coming much into availing of these funds. And I should not be mentioning it, Paytm coming to me. I'm not with 30-50 lakh application, 7 to 8 crores for this POS machine deployment. Why can't we do that? So that is the point where the interaction takes place. Can we avail of this? I don't require anything. The only thing is that you take initiative. I've got the fund, grant, please take it. Again, for banks, we've got this dual authentication for micro ATMs. We've got some fun. Onboarding of Beam UPI, RRBs and cooperative banks also, and PFMS also. Like I mentioned about this self-help group movement that we had started, right now we are only focusing on skilling them. And I've got this MEDP, the Micro Enterprise Development Fund, all the SHGs. Now we give them about 15 days training program for basic training into any particular skills, which is done by the NGO, which trains them. Now, when these guys, they get trained, there are some of them who show some skill, excellent skills. They go into a livelihood and entrepreneurship development program that is more intensive. These are the two types of groups whom you can find credit absorption. JLG is again a major activity that is being financed through by the MFIs. We have got scheme for the JLGs where we JLG we give around 4,000 per group. 4,000 per group. And I'm happy to say that all the 3 RRBs in the state have signed MOUs with me of forming at least 3,000 to 5,000 groups. Multiply that into 4,000. It's a sizable amount, running into crores. And again grant support. And it's staggered. That is for formation of groups, linkage of those groups, and we pay them in 3 installments. Formation, linkage, and recovery performance. So it's not that we lend the grant without encouraging the recovery climate. So these are the options just available with us. And RBI has brought in that Findex since last year. They come out with an announcement during March. It's around 53%. And we've got a lot of these, I think they've got 3 categories on which they do. That is availability, access, and usage. I think there are 3 things there. All these facilities that we have given, we hope if you all do avail of it, the index is going to improve. And my request is that all these banks can come forward, take our grant support. And as far as MFIs go, though we had in the morning Sa-Dhan saying that 150 of MFIs in UP, NABARD has a threshold of 500 AU above that. And I don't have anybody coming to me for assistance other than Sonata. If any of you MFIs do have 500 crores above, our doors are open. Of course, that is not grant. There is a loan, a refinance. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Reddy. I think NABARD has been the most early player in India for financial inclusion, even before the term financial inclusion was coined. Just because of our 30 years of dedicated SAG bank linkage program, which today has seen more than 1.1 crore SAGs formed, around 14 crore rural women included in SAGs, and this brings benefit to at least 60 crore families in the persons in the country. So thanks to you, and as you are narrating, I can see you are there in almost entire value chain of the financial inclusion play in the country. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, we now bring in, case of banking in UP, SLBC, Mr. Verma. And Mr. Verma and SLBC must be keenly observing what is happening in UP in financial space, inclusion space, and they are also responsible to deliver results from the banking side on vision of the state government as well as on the national agenda expectations. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So, good afternoon, everybody. So, today's topic of discussion is facilitating ecosystem for financial inclusion, and that could be utilized by microfinance institutions in Uttar Pradesh. So, in India, policy for financial inclusion includes expansion of branch network first of all. Then the credit flow to section of society that gets excluded by the credit market, and launch of the lead bank scheme, and promotion of SSG and JLGs, introduction of KCC and BSBD accounts. And the watershed movement was PMJDY program in 2013-14. So, taking this initiative forward, JAM brought about a major shift in the field of financial inclusion. And as we have seen during COVID times, JAM has played a very, very significant role in transferring funds to the beneficiaries of several ministries and various central government programs. Apart from that, when we see financial inclusion, as far as MFI is concerned, co-lending is a very, very important mechanism that has been come into the picture in the last 2-3 years, and banks are very active for co-lending and on-lending in Uttar Pradesh. And secondly, this is the first parameter as far as facilitating ecosystem is concerned for MFIs. Second thing is that I, as a deputy convener of SLBC in UP, I will advocate that MFIs should be the member of SLBC because they are the major factor in last mile delivery of facilities. And third one that is very important as far as relationship between bank and NBFC is the fintech. They are the Cupid. They can play Cupid between NBFC and banks. So these fintechs are very important. Through API and all, they can develop a very good system that can create a confidence between the banks and the NBFCs. Because coordination and confidence building is very important between banks and NBFCs for doing co-lending, I think 80-20 or whatever it is. Apart from that, on-lending is also a very important this thing is for the banks. As our RD was reiterating here, the rate of interest factor, that is very, very important, and the basis of lead bank scheme in 1969 and the very basic of financial inclusion, the base is that we should provide services in a cost effective manner where the transaction cost is lesser and the interest burden and the cost of credit should be minimal. So I will reiterate again from this dais to the NBFC and MFIs that they should look into it because that co-lending is a part of priority sector lending. It's a very good platform for the banks and they are very aggressive on that front also. But as far as on-lending is concerned, that rate of interest factor we should always take into account because the very purpose of financial inclusion and the social banking will be defeated if we will not consider that factor. That is my contention. And secondly, collaboration. As you see the EASE 5.0 of IBA, you see the collaboration is very important. Collaboration means co-lending is a type of collaboration. All other financial players will have to collaborate on that front. And see in the UP, the digitization of land record has already taken place. So as far as agri lending is concerned, we can go for digitization and we will have to promote agri-digital lending in collaboration with fintech. And Indian financial inclusion is a world affair nowadays. Digital public infra, see the UPI, see the GST and network, ONDC, eKYC, account aggregators, the new trinity of coming financial inclusion. If you will see, it is eKYC, UPI and account aggregator. It is going to create a revolution in the field of financial inclusion. So that way, I have to say much about all these, but the time is very short, sir. So we should take this initiative forward, and I will request this importance of public digital infra is very important. That is very important because it has minimized the gender gap also. You see, it has minimized the gender gap. You see, in PMJD, if you see the phenomena of UP, 54% accounts of PMJDY are women's accounts. And only 9% is zero balance accounts. And the pace of deposit in women's account is faster in the last decade as you compare with the men's account. The deposit mobilization in women account is faster than the men's account. It's a statement of Deputy Governor of RBI, it is not my statement. So digitization and public digital platform, it can create a havoc. It's a means I would rather say it's a means ये पूरे विश्व के लिए एक आईना है. What we have done in the field of financial inclusion, and the coming G20 summit, we are leading that. Aspirational district, aspirational block. 2 days back, Prime Minister has announced the concept of aspirational blocks in the Chief Secretary's meeting in Delhi. And 3 days back in Taj Hotel, I was also present there. Our Chief Minister has gone for road show in Bombay. He has asked us to increase the city ratio to minimum 60%. Now it is only 53% in Uttar Pradesh. And the role of NBFC-MFI is very, very important. It's very, very important. The opportunity is coming up. And we will have to be positive and proactive. It is my request to the NBFC-MFIs to be proactive. And my suggestion is that they should be included in the ambit of SFDC. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Verma. I think 20 years back, I conducted a study at Faculty Board for International Labour Organization, and that time I clearly remember the participation of women in formal credit was just less than 3%. And as we speak now, it is, I think, if I recollect the figure, it is around 14 to 15%, or 18. I'm not very sure about it, but certainly it is surging ahead. And if you ask really bankers, the choice of bankers, gender-wise choice of bankers to opt for their borrower, then they are actually vying for more of female borrowers, or at least female becoming co-borrower of any loan proposal. And we know the story around India, how in entrepreneurship, in businesses, women are getting surging ahead. Well, he also flagged another issue of cooperation, I think, on 2 counts. One, on technology, because banks alone may not be able to be so agile, and they may not be able to be investing in everything that technology demands, either banks or MFIs. Neither the fintech companies alone may have the power to reach out to people because they may not have enough capital. So that collaboration is a must. And of course, as the cost of doing business goes up in India because everything is getting costly, no one entity can complete the supply chain or value chain in banking as well. And there has to be collaboration at the lower end, which can significantly lower the cost of operation for banks. Therefore, banks MFI collaborating with local institutions, which are of local nature, which are going to be operating locally with local resources, manpower, and at a very minimal cost, would bring a lot of benefits to it. And all that is happening because we have got very good, facilitating regulatory environment to enable that. So, and of course, third point that he made was on interest rates, which is extremely significant. The new RBI policy, which frees interest rates, is actually free with the hope that there would be good competition among banking lenders and non-banking lenders, MFI lenders and NBFC lenders, and all entire ecosystem together. Competition should lower the cost. So with that expectation, probably RBI has thought, and all of us are in the same space, and we know whether small businesses can operate at that level of 20+% interest rates. So how quickly we can graduate to models which are less interest intensive, and how we can bring efficiency in our microfinancing operations by innovating models, innovating technology, I think would have on the key. Because if this money is not going to the productive sector and at a sustainable level of interest rates, then we have eventual crisis happening in either this geography or the other geography year after year. And we have, so far we have faced two crises in the industry so far, the typical MFI industry. One was Andhra 10 years back. It was of course triggered by the regulation, the local regulation or dual regulation. And another was in fact in Assam, which is just very new. It is yet to be, treated and nursed properly. State government has chipped in, but again it is a huge crisis of almost about 20,000 crore rupees. So if we have to coexist in a given banking canvas, the regulatory framework, and we have to remain sustainable, then I think industry needs to, think about the must evolve model, not to stick to old thoughts, must evolve model, adopt, embrace technology, and become, more conducive to interest rate regime that we have. We cannot be separate. And MFI industry is increasingly getting integrated with banking industry. You know that. So much of MFI is getting multiple bankers as a funding source, and that is more sustainable source. Therefore, integrating with the national interest rate regime would be, of course, that markup for your transaction cost would be there, but then for sustainability, I think to avoid crisis and to avoid wrath of either people or regulators or the government that be and power that be, I think we need to come. This is just point for thought for all of you. Thank you so much. Now we move to another a nimble player, a younger player called SFB, and this is a story from, as I said, microfinance to Utkarsh SFB, and they are there. They exist only to FI for the disadvantaged, the left outs, and actually to fuel the micro enterprise sector, which is so important for India, to fuel that sector with money. Thank you.
And thank you, Sa-Dhan, for giving us this opportunity to share our thoughts with dignitaries. This conference is in UP, so I will speak in Hindi. Sorry for that. So, for the larger benefit of the audience, actually, अभी सर जब बात कर रहे थे, कुछ क्या क्या फैसिलिटी अवेलेबल है या क्या नेटवर्क एक्सेस की बात कर रहे थे, रेगुलेटरी फ्रेमवर्क की बात कर रहे थे, उसमें मेरे पास कोई ऐसा डेटा नहीं है, मैं किसी डेटा के सहारे नहीं बोलता हूँ, बट जो मेरा एक्सपीरियंस है उसके आधार पर मैं बोलता हूँ। दो जो बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट बातें हैं, एक तो जो टॉपिक है वो हाउ टू बिल्ड अप द फैसिलिटेटिव इकोसिस्टम थ्रू पार्टनरशिप एंड रिसोर्सेज। तो रिसोर्सेज में 7 प्रकार के रिसोर्सेज का बात जो सर ने किया, दोज आर very much required. But 2 more things I would like to add. One is, I think they are somewhere, but I just want to clarify again that एक तो किसके लिए हम करने वाले हैं, तो फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन और हमारा अगर एमएफआई बिरादरी देखें, एमएफआई इंडस्ट्री देखें, तो प्रीडोमिनेटली 100% वुमेन बॉरोवर्स आते हैं। तो एक तो जो जेंडर बैलेंस की बात होती है, बाकी सब बातें जो होती हैं, हालांकि पहले बहुत सारे थॉट्स चलते थे जब रिसर्चर आते थे, शुरू में था हम लोग जब 97-98 की बात करें तो केवल वुमेन बारोवर होता था, उसका एक फॉर्म एक पेज का होता था और लोन मिल जाता था। बाद में धीरे धीरे इवॉल्व हुआ तो गारंटर लेने लगे, जब गारंटर लेने लगे तो फिर गारंटर ऑफकोर्स वो कोई मेल मेंबर होता था, तो जो रिसर्चर आते थे, जो चाहे IFMR वगैरह हो, सेफमार जो भी आते थे, तो वो बोलते थे कि आप तो गारंटर तो मेल पार्टनर को बना रहे हैं, तो फिर आप कैसे कह रहे हैं कि आप ये जेंडर बायस नहीं है। तो एनीवे वो सब चलता रहता है, बट एक्चुअली द लोन इज गोइंग टू द हाउस होल्ड। और किसको जा रहा है लोन, जो हम जो ऋण देते हैं, जो लेंडिंग करते हैं, वो कहाँ पे कर रहे हैं। तो बॉटम ऑफ द पिरामिड जो है एक्चुअली अगर आप जो पहले जो फर्स्ट जनरेशन MFIs थे, जब 97, 98, 2000 की बात करें, तो एक टारगेटिंग होता था कि हम इस तरह का मकान होगा, इस तरह की छत होगी, इस तरह का दीवार होगा, उसी को हम लोन देंगे। वहां से शुरू कर करके और 500 रुपया के टिकट साइज से शुरू करके हम 1 लाख टिकट साइज तक आ गए। अभी हमने रिपोर्ट देखा, जो क्रिफ का हम जो रिपोर्ट देख रहे थे उसमें ये देख रहे थे कि मोर द टिकट साइज मोर द डेलिक्वेंसी। तो कहीं ना कहीं जो फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन का जो एजेंडा है और जो गवर्नमेंट की पॉलिसीज की सर बात कर रहे थे, जो रेगुलेटरी का जो विजन है, जो रेगुलेटरी चाहते हैं, रेगुलेटर जो चाहते हैं, वो कहीं ना कहीं जो न्यू टू कस्टमर, जो न्यू टू बैंक कस्टमर है, कैसे हम जो ज्यादा से ज्यादा लोगों तक पहुंच सकें। तो ज्यादा से ज्यादा लोगों तक पहुंचने के लिए निश्चित रूप से विद ऑल ड्यू रिस्पेक्ट टू आरआरबी, कमर्शियल बैंक, पब्लिक सेक्टर बैंक, प्राइवेट सेक्टर बैंक, सबने अच्छा काम किया। ऐसा नहीं कि किसी का कोई काम ऐसा नहीं कि वहां जाना नहीं चाहते थे या नहीं चाहते थे, सारे उनके पास रिसोर्सेज नहीं थे। तो जो बॉटम ऑफ द पिरामिड में बैठा हुआ है उसके यहाँ पहुंचने के लिए जो इम्पोर्टेंट एक था, वो हमारा जो यहाँ पे जो 150 लोग जो डेलीगेट्स बैठे हुए एक्चुअली एमएफआईज के, तो एक्चुअली ये इन रिसोर्सेज का भी ध्यान रखना एक बहुत बड़ा काम है। तो जो जो एमएफआई के एम्प्लॉइज हैं, एक बार साधन की स्टडी हो रही थी, साधन में उस समय अचला वगैरह थी, तो वो 4-5 लोगों का डेलीगेट पूरा आया था, तो उसमें मैं था वहां पे, तो बातचीत ऐसी हो रही थी, तो उन्होंने कहा कि दिस रिसोर्सेज शुड नॉट बी बर्न। तो वो बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है कि हम जहां तक पहुंच रहे हैं बॉटम ऑफ द पिरामिड तक, वहां तक पहुंचाने वाला हमको कौन है, तो उसका भी हमको ध्यान रखना है। तो जो किसके लिए कर रहे हैं उसमें कौन करेगा, कि माध्यम कौन बनेगा, तो निश्चित रूप से हमारा जो एम्प्लॉइज है, जो हमारा स्टाफ मेंबर है, उसका भी हम कैसे ध्यान रखें, उसके ट्रेनिंग का कैसे ध्यान रखें। तो NABARD and SIDBI, they always have been kind enough to give the grant support, and Sa-Dhan are like EDA and MFIN, they all have instrumental to facilitate this training module and all these things. But still we require more and more. So how to train them, one thing, and another thing is जो फाइनेंशियल लिटरेसी की बात हो रही है, तो एट उत्कर्ष ऑल्सो we have mandate from RBI to have 25% of the branches in unbanked rural centers. So throughout the year, if you are opening 100 branches, 25 branches must be in the unbanked rural center, and if you have 500 branches, 125 branches must be unbanked rural center branches. So we are doing all that. And we are also doing, like sir has talked about aspirational district and aspirational block. So we have chosen one block, Sevapuri block in Varanasi district, where we are doing all kind of activity. Not only this financial literacy camps, but also we are like collaboration, like वहाँ पे एक बहुत दिन से बंद था, उसका उद्घाटन किया था, कपड़ा मंडी जब स्मृति ईरानी थी उसका उद्घाटन किया था, एक सत्कार केंद्र था, उसको हम लोगों ने रिवाइव किया, और वहाँ पे फिर से कैसे लोग काम सीखना शुरू करें, उस पर हम लोगों ने काम करना शुरू किया। हम जो है गांव में ऑर्गेनिक खेती को प्रोत्साहन देने के लिए, तो क्यों हम ऐसा नहीं करते कि हम ट्रेनिंग दे देते हैं और उनको कह देते हैं नहीं अब आप ऑर्गेनिक खाद बनाओ, ऑर्गेनिक खेती करो, ऐसा नहीं करते हैं। एंड टू एंड हम उनको जो है पूरा खाद उनका बनवाते हैं, उनको सामान देते हैं, और फिर यही नहीं तो हमने अपने हेड ऑफिस में, some of you might have seen our head office in Varanasi, it is near to Babatpur airport. तो हम अपने हेड ऑफिस में एक स्टॉल उनको दे दिए हैं कि आप टर्न बाय टर्न आकर के 8-10 जो किसान हैं वो आकर के और वहाँ पे अपना सामान बेचेंगे, और एम्प्लॉइज को हम प्रोवोक करते हैं कि उनका सामान जो वो सब्जी वगैरह ले आते हैं उसको खरीदें। तो उस इनिशिएटिव का नाम है खेत से। तो इस तरह की जो है बहुत सारे जो काम है एक्चुअली। तो फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन की जब हम बात करते हैं, जब हम बॉटम ऑफ द पिरामिड की बात करते हैं, तो 2-3 बातें जो मेरे दिमाग में आती है। एक तो जो रिसोर्सेज हमारे हैं, वो those resources should be trained properly and should be nurtured, और वो कैसे बर्न आउट ना हो इसका ध्यान रखना निश्चित रूप से जो प्रमोटर्स हैं, जो हम लोग हैं सीनियर लेवल पे, हमारे बैंक हैं, कंपनीज हैं, एमएफआई हैं, वो तो ध्यान रखती ही हैं। बट एज ए गवर्नमेंट, एज ए रेगुलेटर, इट इज रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी ऑफ NABARD, SIDBI and RBI, all these things, they should keep and watch how they are being nurtured. Number one, and number two is this for whom we are doing. So clients, they must also learn this financial literacy and all these things. थर्ड थिंग इज फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन की अगर हम बात करें तो अभी जो आरबीआई का सुबह आरडी साहब बात कर रहे थे, अभी जो आरबीआई का मार्च में सर्कुलर आया है, तो एक्चुअली दैट इज वेरी गुड स्टेप टुवर्ड्स फाइनेंशियल दिस इंक्लूजन, because what happened, the people sitting in this conference hall, people sitting on dais, we have got 1 crore loan, 2 crore loan, and its term is 20 years, 10 years, 15 years. But what we teach to clients who are on the bottom of the pyramid, no, 1 year loan is good for you. Actually, it is not their choice. Actually, it is our choice. It is choice of lending institutions that they don't want to take the risk. That's why they don't give the long-term loan, long tenure loan. But now, after this circular, it is compulsion on the part of MFI, on the part of SFPs, on the part of bank, that to increase that loan term. Otherwise, there is this FYI condition, they will not meet. तो उनका जो ऑब्लिगेशन होगा वो ज़्यादा हो जाएगा, आप उनको लोन दे ही नहीं सकते हैं. तो इसलिए अभी हमने क्या किया कि तो उनका जो लोन टर्म था वो बढ़ा दिया. तो अभी जो 2 साल का ही केवल देते थे वो 3 साल का भी दे दिया, 4 साल का भी दे दिया. तो आई थिंक दैट इज वेरी गुड इनिशिएटिव ऑन पार्ट ऑफ आरबीआई. नंबर 1. नंबर 2 जो था कि अब कहीं पे हम जा रहे हैं लोन देने, तो 1 लाख रुपया ऑलरेडी ओवर इंडेटेड क्लाइंट ऑलरेडी है. तो अभी तक क्या होता था कि जब हम एम्प्लॉइज को अपने बोलेंगे, अपने रिसोर्सेज को जब बोलेंगे कि आपको लोन बांटना है, और लोन तो सबको बांटना है, तो वो कहाँ बांटेगा, और सारे सिस्टम जो है वो ऑटोमेटेड है. तो अब वो एफआईआर अपने आप कैलकुलेट करता है. तब वो क्या करेगा, फ्रेशर क्लाइंट को जोड़ेगा. तो जो क्लाइंट को कभी लोन नहीं मिला, जो कि न्यू टू क्रेडिट है, न्यू टू बैंक है, उनके पास जाएगा. आई थिंक दिस फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन एजेंडा ब्रॉडली एक तो जो हमारे रेगुलेटर्स हैं, जो एपेक्स बॉडीज हैं, वो इसको ओवरसी कर ही रहे हैं, अच्छे से कर रहे हैं. दूसरा जो इम्पोर्टेंट है कि हमारे जो रिसोर्सेज हैं और जो एक्चुअल में उसका बेनिफिशियरी है, उसको कैसे हम बूस्टअप करें, उसको कैसे हम फैसिलिटेट करें, उसको कैसे हम ट्रेन करें, दैट इज ऑल्सो वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. थैंक यू वेरी मच.
तो मुझे नबार्ड मुझे ऐसे लगता था कि जहाँ एसएचजी बैंक लिंकेज प्रोग्राम है वहाँ हिंदी बोलनी है, जहाँ एमएफआई का फोरम है वहाँ अंग्रेजी बोलना है. हम भी अंग्रेजी में शुरू हो गए, लेकिन दोनों भाषा में मुझे तो कष्ट ही, ना अंग्रेजी मेरी है ना हिंदी मेरी. बट दूसरी बात आपने कही कि बॉटम ऑफ द पिरामिड की बातें आपने शुरू की यहाँ पे, दैट्स अनदर ग्रेट थिंग. एंड थर्ड, एज डायरेक्टर वर्ड, आई लव यू एम्फसाइजिंग ऑन capacity building program, because SIDBI, NABARD को support करते हैं with their all funding resources. BIRD has been a seat of learning for both MFIs as well as SSG Bank Linkage Program anchors. And I remember some 20 years back having, one of the first faculty members who have started the financial management in MFIs, the training for CEOs of MFIs then. Those MFIs were very small then, and now they have grown so big. So thank you so much for bringing so practical and so simple, but yet very important point. Now मैं अगले important player को invite करूँगा, RRB. सन 1975 से कार्यरत है, और they were born for this sector. Before MFIs were born, माइक्रो क्रेडिट का एजेंडा लेके आरआरबी आई थी, और आज तक चाहे वो बड़े हो गए, मर्जर हो गया उनका, लेकिन और अभी भी इनकी यात्रा चल रही है. डिस्पाइट बिकमिंग बिग, देयर फोकस रिमेन्स ऑन स्मॉल, माइक्रो, डिसएडवांटेज, वीकर, एंड विद दिस आई विल इनवाइट आरआरबी Aryabhat, and one of the very important, very agile, active player in UP. I think they are taking care of 26 districts.
26 districts.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, all my respected delegates, I am from Aryabhat Bank, and we are very proud to say that in Uttar Pradesh, country's 3 largest RRB, 3 जो सबसे बड़ी RRBs है, वो आपके उत्तर प्रदेश में ही है, almost covering 4,000 branches with nearly about 8 to 9 crores customer by 3 important banks, Aryabhat Bank, UP Baroda, and Prathama. So
we have a very important role because we were started with a low-cost banking, more penetrative banking, and simultaneously hand-holding the poor people to whom with a formal banking cannot reach. RRBs were started with this prime objective. Today RRBs have got lot of competitors, players, as well as the same in the market where a lot of other players are also. But government also tried to create a market for them, and slowly Bangladesh not only become from a very poor country to exporter of garments. And these garments are basically manufactured in the small scale industries, very small industries, by rural women or by small rural entrepreneurs. And the entire scenario of Bangladesh was changed. So I just want to share some of the stories. These are because these are some learning lessons, or rather sharing lessons whom we can learn a lot. RRBs, basically sir, we are talking, RRBs have a major role to penetrate in the deeper inside the market or deeper inside the rural area and try to handhold them. We have got now at least in Arabat only 15 lakhs active farmers who are directly linked with us, and they are doing a good lending. But when we see that what are the obstacles for fresh lending, we always want to go for fresh lending, but what are the obstacles? Sometimes we feel that ये जो हम जब इनको लोन देते हैं उस लोन में रिपेमेंट में कभी न कभी डिले होती है, वो डिले क्यों हो रही है? सर हम ये मानते हैं कि डिले, द रीजन बिहाइंड द डिले is not the farmers but some of the strict accounting norms we always try to put on the RRBs or rather microfinance institutions. Agriculture is a business of perpetual nature. It cannot be stopped at any point of time. We cannot say that आप इस farmer से 3 साल के बाद उसकी पूरी पैसा वसूल हो. We have to see that it is agriculture is ever again I word ये लगातार ये काम होने वाली सब्जेक्ट है, और उसको हम जब हम कोई बड़े इंस्टीट्यूशन को फाइनेंस करते हैं, कैश क्रेडिट लिमिट देते हैं या वर्किंग कैपिटल लिमिट देते हैं, वो लगातार नेचर की होती है, सब वो 10 साल 15 साल 20 साल की होती है. लेकिन यहाँ पर हम जब छोटी फाइनेंसेस को देते हैं तो उनकी एक टाइम पीरियड फिक्स कर देते हैं. सेकेंड है कि वो उनकी जो डेलिक्वेसी आती है, जो नहीं कभी कभी उनको डिफॉल्ट होती है, उसकी रीजन एक तो यह भी होती है. सेकेंड और एक रीजन होती है, सेकेंड मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट रीजन इज दैट इन आवर रूरल सेक्टर दे आर द वीकर सेक्शन. For the weaker sections, whenever we are financing the weaker sections, our accounting norms has to be little different than when we have to financing some very stronger players in the market. That has to be the basic difference between this. Otherwise, if you try to scale, we try to weigh or we try to measure an RRB borrower or microfinance borrower in the same way the way we will measuring the efficiency of some large player, definitely there will be some distinguished, therefore definitely we will fail in our duty, and ultimately our weaker section will have some kind of limitations or they will further starve. So here we have to learn a good lesson that what kind of treatment, what kind of financial accounting norms we require to measure the efficiency of our weaker section or to whom microfinance is going to hit it or microfinance is targeting. First thing. Second thing, sir, again, not take much time. Second thing is that while going through basic economics book of the class school level, 7 or 8, they also refer that rural poverty, reason behind rural poverty is ill health. One of the major reasons is ill health. जब भी होगी एक्सपोजर है वीकर सेक्शन, उनके पास स्वास्थ्य की खराबी मेजर. हम जब भी फार्मर्स को फाइनेंस करते हैं 1 साल 2 साल बाद पता चलता है स्मॉल एक रोड एक्सीडेंट हो गई और उनकी प्रॉब्लम आ गई, वो फिर अगला वो जो उनके पास पैसा आ रहा है, इनकम आया, वो पैसा वो फिर अपना ट्रीटमेंट पे ही लगाएंगे. ये न कि हम उनको फिर वो बैंक को पैसा को वापस करेंगे. तो यहाँ पर आते हैं सर माइक्रो इंश्योरेंस. माइक्रो इंश्योरेंस इज ऑल्सो इक्वली इंपॉर्टेंट पार्ट लाइक माइक्रो लेंडिंग. माइक्रो लेंडिंग कैन नॉट बी कंप्लीटेड विदाउट माइक्रो इंश्योरेंस. हम एक बड़ी मशीनरी को फाइनेंस करते हैं लेकिन वहां पर उसकी पूरी इंश्योरेंस हम कराते हैं, लेकिन अब छोटे किसान को जब फाइनेंस करते हैं तो हम कोशिश करना चाहिए कि नॉट ओनली स्वास्थ्य बीमा योजना, lot of other micro insurance has to penetrate. And recently IIT has also found that hardly 3% of the actual eligible borrowers or eligible people have been covered by micro insurance. So there is a huge market for micro insurance, and whenever we are talking about financial inclusion, we cannot be forgetting micro insurance. That is also one of the important areas. Third, sir, recently
Yesterday also in Calcutta, one sir was lecturing in Calcutta. In Calcutta, we are there along with NABARD. We have also along Bank of Karnataka, Gramin Bank of Karnataka, and along with that, Aryavarth Bank is also there, depicting what our success in self-help group. Our Bank Sakhi program has been one of the showcase that NABARD has selected, or Ministry has also selected, to showcase before the delegates on the Kolkata G20 summit, or G20 that meet is going on in Calcutta. So Bank Sakhi are not only what exactly, they are not only a part of self-help group, but they are the success story of self-help group, and they are extending the bank's work to the rural women. They have no more self-help group, but rather they are important self-help group and started invoking what exactly bank needs to do. हमें उनको छोटे छोटे गांव में जाकर शाम को रात को कभी भी पैसे पहुंचाने की जरूरत है, तो बैंक से केवल हम ये काम को बीसीस को न देके लेडी बीसीस जो वुमन बीसी और बैंक सखी के थ्रू से ये काम हो रही है. बैंक सखी is a huge success in Uttar Pradesh also, and that may be the reason that NABARD has selected one of the stories for Aryavarth Bank. Recently, 15 delegates, delegates from 15 countries, they came, and yesterday or day before yesterday only, our board person was saying that experience of different 15 delegates from different 15 friendly countries, when they visited our microfinance programs in one of the branches, they were so delighted. वो जाने के बाद अपने कंट्री में जाने के बाद जो फीडबैक भेजे हैं कि बर्ड में उनकी ट्रेनिंग की जो फीडबैक है, ये सर हमारे बर्ड की तरफ से डीजी ने बताया कि आफ्टर ताजमहल देखने के बाद जो सबसे अगर डिलाइटफुल एक्सपीरियंस कुछ रहा तो आर्यावर्त बैंक में जो हम लोगों ने फाइनेंसिंग के प्रोजेक्ट देखा वो देखा. तो ये कुछ ऐसी चीजें जो कि हमें उत्साहित करती है, काफी चीज हम काम कर सकते हैं इस क्षेत्र में. तो सर ये वुमन हेल्प सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप is another target area where we can go for much more bigger penetration. We have to learn from some of the experience in Andhra Pradesh or even in Tripura or for that matter Bangladesh. What are the enablers? What are the way we can improve our more and more better penetration in the self-help group? There are some blocks in there. We will be able to handle that. We have to learn and we have to gradually improve that. We will be able to improve it. Two important areas that why we want to talk the microinsurance, bank sector, and third is that we have to ultimately find good market for whatever that is produced by our self-help group or microfinance. That will only help in building a good ecosystem for our success story of microfinance in Uttar Pradesh. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much for bringing another set of very important points as to how to package financial services for micro customers. I think you said about extending the term of the loan, then packaging insurance, and so important. I think extending term of the loan would help them invest in profitable businesses. Otherwise, short-term loan, help them remain only in businesses, micro businesses. So I think that's very important. And also how to package SHG as a mainstream actor into a lot of other development processes into government. And many governments are actually taking right steps. Thank you so much. We will move to now Sidbi, Sri Acharya, who is CDM. And we know Sidbi has been a mentor of MFI since onset of MFI movement in the country. And they are still there and with a lot of new experimentations up to livelihood and micro-enterprise support and startup ecosystem and all. Thank you.
Systemic things that need to be addressed. There are two major things. First is the absence of formalization. Banks are formal financial institutions. So most of our micro-entrepreneurs, micro-enterprises, artisans, weavers, etc., they are informal. So accessing credit or any other service from formal financial institution is an issue. If we are in informal sector, obviously we cannot tap the benefits of the formal financial system. It is as simple as that. And two is the issue of marketing. So today, both these issues, from SIDBI, we are trying to do it in association with various partners. In fact, tomorrow I am so happy to inform you all that a massive, you can say, Aadhaar movement for Indian micro enterprises is going to happen. And Honorable Minister of MSME is going to launch the formalization program undertaken by SIDBI in association with Ministry of MSME, where we will be trying to bring to the formal fold the informal, the micro entrepreneurs, micro enterprises. We are going to launch it tomorrow at New Delhi, and we are a very, very small effort to bring to the formal fold the informal sector micro entrepreneurs. So that is one large systemic issue, and I can tell you this is going to be an Aadhaar moment for Indian micro entrepreneurs. And two, the issue of marketing. Today, ONDC, as one of my co-panelists was referring to, this open network digital commerce is going to democratize the entire digital commerce ecospace. And whether it is Amazon or Flipkart, they have their own preferences. They charge hefty amounts as commission, which is understandable because they are private operators. So Government of India has taken this step of setting it up. DPIIT has set up ONDC, which is trying to democratize this digital commerce, and SIDBI is one of the stakeholders of this institution. And I am very happy to inform all of you that even if the entire beta testing phase of ONDC is not over, SIDBI has so far handheld and onboarded over 1,000 micro entrepreneurs and viewers on the ONDC platform, where their products and services are reaching out on the digital platform to several of their consumers beyond the boundary of their own villages or towns or cities. So we have to see that what are the formal bottlenecks that is affecting the issue of finance, deepening of financial inclusion, and one by one we have tried to identify, address, mitigate and put in place appropriate solutions so that our micro entrepreneurs can or rather the people who have taken 5, 6, 7 cycles of credit from the MFIs through the SSG bank linkage route or the MFI route, whatever, they can actually graduate to the next level. So it will be from ME, from MF to ME, from microfinance to micro entrepreneurs. Then only we would have achieved the dream of real Swaraj to wipe out every tear from every eye. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
You have told that formalization.
So, formalization, what I have seen, मैंने देखा जैसे there is one scheme of PM FME, Prime Minister, formal that microfinance, microfood. उसमें क्या ऐसा that is a challenge जो इस informal sector में है, वो formalization की ओर जाने में उसके hassle से घबराता है. That's a big issue. That's a big challenge for us, for NBFCs, MFIs, and for us, for the funded banks also. It's a big challenge. And secondly, the sir was talking about very important thing. Timely credit is also very important. The time of credit, when you are assisting the applicant, the timeliness, adequate and timely credit, that is very important. And secondly, this challenge the informal to formal, that formal section में जाने की बात, ये दो चीजें जो मुझे लगा, that is very important. That challenge is there, and we will have to cater to that. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Sir, thank you so much. You brought a new set of points again. One, sectorization is on what microfinance industry is based, and that is the very formula of MFI and microfinance industry. Two, you also pointed out, new set of borrowers wanting more and more loans and loan cycles. I think that's very important to help them graduate to newer levels of businesses. I think continuity is really important, and that I'm sure MFI industry is geared up for that. But we probably need more support and more risk mitigation mechanism within MFI industry, so that as you grow up and step up your loan exposures to micro operators, I think we don't land up in a risk, and there is no systemic risk within the MFI industry. And third, of course, you actually culminated the entire discussion on the note of ONDC, which is so important because all this financial inclusion and credit delivery and financial services delivery effort has to culminate into enhanced GDP. And then only, again, as I said, the microfinance industry can be sustainable only when they produce something and they get market. And that big link for micro enterprises that they cannot access market so easily, or the cost of accessing market could be very high, has been rightly, being treated by Government of India, and we are very proud partners in Government of India effort. Both Citi and NABARD are major shareholders in ONDC, and of course, a lot of the commercial banks also are partnering. So we are keenly looking forward to this ONDC really taking shape and taking down, the global and foreign, platforms that are taking a lot of capital and profits from our country. And that will really put our micro producers onto the global market platform. I think we are keenly working. I'm afraid there is no time for either my set of questions or your set of questions, but we must applaud for all our co-panelists who really elaborated so lucidly and very elaborately on most of the important points. Without questions being asked, I think they have literally answered all our points that we had in mind. So, but we must end this on some cautionary note. And for UP, I think I must spell out, if I don't do that, I'm not doing justice to being here. One, MFIs are doing extremely well. We have 57 MFIs are populating UP geography with close to 2,400 branches. That's very significant. And we are third largest in terms of network, and we are fourth largest in terms of loans outstanding or loans being given to MFI clients in UP. I think that is very significant. You have caught the gap, what commercial banks or RRBs put together could not do, because our CD ratio is only 53%, as against 73% all India average. There are states which have 110% CD ratio. So, and the most marginalized population stays in UP. We are sixth lowest in Human Development Index, and therefore financial services and credit must grow. So MFIs are rightly there to bridge the gap, but a cautionary note is that with 57 players, mostly operating in similar geographies, micro geographies, need to be cautioned about what normally leads to crisis in any particular industry: over-concentration, multiple borrowings, systems not being very transparent, some undesirable practices. So if we bring in regulation, self-regulation within state, and with UPAM is doing so well, we meet more frequently and take care of these issues, so that we don't face any kind of situation which probably other states have already faced. So we should learn from their bad experiences and be in tandem with the current policy regime. So I'm sure you will do well. For your better off, I think picture is not really very good, and we must also appreciate that UP is not doing well in terms of quality of loans for SHG bank linkage program, because the figures themselves say the all India average NPA in SHG bank linkage program is around 4%, 3.78%. As against that, UP has a whopping 29% NPAs in SHG bank linkage program. That's absolutely disservice to poor people in UP. So banks and government and those who are currently active in NABARD has bucketed that space. We are not large SHG promoters, therefore need to put their act together. Thank you so much. Thanks, Sa-Dhan, for providing all of us an opportunity. Once again, applause for our co-panelists.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Mohan, he will get the moderator.
notification will come to you soon.
Thank you very much. So now it is.
चक्कर में हमने विविड से नेचुरल लाइट लगा दिया था, बीच में जाने नहीं रहा था। ये देखो it is easier for them.
And everything would be good. So we'd like to start our panel. Inclusion in Uttar Pradesh. There is a little bit mishap because one flight has been cancelled, so Sa-Dhan won't be there. I would like to request Mr. Kiran Kumar, Director CEO Sa-Dhan, to be on panel. Vivek is on his way. If we can also request Akil Ahmed Khan, Managing Director Mitrata, to be on panel. Mr. Rajesh Mishra. Wait. Oh, wait. Excuse me. Inform. Mr. Rajesh Mishra, please be. And Mr. Manoj Sharma, somehow he is in bad health. His asthma is now kicking him on. So he won't be here. On his behalf, I would like to moderate this session. And I don't want to sit there and moderate the thing. I like to be moderate the sessions here only. Thank you very much to be here. I would start. Excuse me. आप इस पहुंच कीजिए. अच्छा, अमरीश. I would start this discussion. This is basically to understand the objective of this session is to deliberate on the state of affairs of microfinance sector of Uttar Pradesh, the scope, hurdles and way forward. I will start this moderation with a brief data, and I would really like really request my panelists to be brief and to the point of the deliberation. The thing I want to present over here is Sa-Dhan has conducted a study, commissioned a study, an independent study on microfinance. So when we are talking about the impact of microfinance, I would like to show you what impact we are seeing over here. So it is your advantages of microfinance. If you see that the major impact is the loan. The loan is in according to the line of the need of our clients. That's the best part of microfinance and best impact of the microfinance. Second slide is that around 60% of the population, they are telling that earlier they had one set of occupation, now they do have 2 or 3 sets of occupation. That's the major impact of microfinance. These are the 2 slides I would like to show our panelists also and our audience also, that this is what is the impact of microfinance. Now, when we are discussing about the impact and the scope and hurdles, I would like to start from Rajesh. Rajesh being a veteran in the sector, and when he initiated this microfinance, which is not very old, and he has lot of hurdles. What kind of hurdles are you seeing on the ground, especially in the context of UP, and what's your view, how you can, what do you call it, like address those issues? Over to you, Rajesh.
Hello. Thank you, the co-panelist, on the dais and off the dais. जैसा कि आप बता रहे हैं कि न्यू ऑर्गेनाइजेशन और हर्डल्स, न्यू ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के लिए अपॉर्चुनिटी भी है और हर्डल्स भी है. एक्चुअली अगर आप इंटायर जर्नी देखें, जैसा कि आपने कहा कि इन द लॉन्ग रन में, तो इंटायर जर्नी देखें तो माइक्रो फाइनेंस जब शुरू हुआ तो उस समय सिस्टम दूसरे थे. हम लोग इनफॉर्मल सेक्टर कहे जाते थे और हम लोग एक्सेप्ट करते थे कि हम लोग इनफॉर्मल सेक्टर है, और क्योंकि हम लोग कोई पेपर नहीं लिया करते थे और इस ढंग से हम लोग ये कहा करते थे कि बैंक से हम डिफरेंट हैं. और जैसे जैसे हम लोग आगे आए और बैंक्स आई तो हम फॉर्मल होते चले गए और बैंक्स के अकॉर्डिंगली हम लोग मूव कर गए. और अभी हम लोग है कि नई पहचान पत्र चाहिए, ये चाहिए, और बाकी चीजें सब कुछ फॉर्मल हो गई. तो अगर आप स्टेट कहें तो स्टेट तो अभी भी 20 ईयर्स आप देख लें से ज्यादा की जर्नी है, और उसके बाद भी हम लोग 50% में मार्केट को पेनिट्रेट नहीं कर पाए. और विदिन द डिस्ट्रिक्ट अगर आप देखें कंपेयर करें तो 38 to 2%. अभी भी कुछ ऐसे डिस्ट्रिक्ट है जहां पर कि 2% तक पेनिट्रेशन है. तो जब एक्चुअली हम लोग की ये है खास करके नई MFI के साथ है कि वो ट्रायल में भी टेस्टेड चीजों को लेना चाहते हैं, बिकॉज द मेजर कंसर्न इज ऑपेक्स. न्यू एरिया में काम करने के लिए आपके जो कॉस्ट है, ऑपरेटिंग कॉस्ट, वो बढ़ जाते हैं, रनिंग डबल डिजिट हो जाते हैं ऑपरेटिंग कॉस्ट. तो हम चाहते हुए भी न्यू एरिया में काम नहीं कर सकते, क्योंकि हमारी जो फंडिंग सोर्स होती है शुरू में वो एपेक्स इंस्टीट्यूशन में NBFCs हैं और प्राइवेट फंडर हैं, और उनके फंड्स थोड़े से कॉस्टली होते हैं. सो इट्स नॉट वाइज टू स्टार्ट विद न्यू एरिया, क्योंकि वहां पर आपको मार्केट क्रिएट करना होता है और आप जानते नहीं है कि अगर रिस्क आएगा तो हम कैसे डैमेज कंट्रोल करेंगे, क्योंकि आपकी कैपेसिटी भी बिल्डिंग उतनी नहीं होती है. तो हम जाके भी नए एरिया में काम नहीं कर सकते हैं. हम प्रीफर करते हैं वैसे एरिया में जहां पर कि पहले से ही 2 प्लेयर थे. और जैसे 2 प्लेयर आते हैं, जैसे 2012 में हम अगर दूसरी तरफ जाए माइक्रो फाइनेंस, जैसे 2004 में जब बिहार का ऑपरेशन शुरू हुआ माइक्रो फाइनेंस का, और तो था कि काफी टफ है, कैसे करेंगे, लॉ एंड ऑर्डर, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, काफी इश्यूज आए. और बाद में ये वर्ड फ्लोट सेंटेंस फ्लोट होने लगा कि माइक्रो फाइनेंस कैन बी डन इन सस्टेनेबल मैनर इवन इन बिहार. तो मतलब उसी तरह 2012 में अगर कहें गोंडा, बहराइच, महाराजगंज, इन सभी जगहों पर लखीमपुर या कोई MFI काम नहीं करती. और जो कुछ MFI का था कि नहीं, वैसे एरिया में काम करना चाहेंगे जहाँ पर कोई MFI नहीं काम करती है. और आज इन जगहों पे देखिए खास करके स्पेशली महाराजगंज में करीब 14-15 MFI काम कर रही है. तो ये जो सेक्टर ये स्टैग्नेंट नहीं होगा, वो धीरे धीरे जो भी गैप है वो 2% से 38% के बीच में वो भरेगा और हम लोग फिर आगे जाएंगे. तो प्रॉब्लम ये है कि नए एरिया में काम करने पे जो हर्डल है वो जब तक आपके जो फंड्स हैं वो सस्ते नहीं होंगे, नए एरिया में आप काम करने में दिक्कत होती, खास करके नई MFI को, क्योंकि अल्टीमेटली आपका बैलेंस शीट ही फंडिंग का वो होता है और कोई भी निगेटिव बैलेंस शीट को एक्सेप्ट करने के लिए तैयार नहीं है। और अभी भी हम लोग ज़्यादातर फाइनली अगर आप बेस्ट हैं तो पब्लिक सेक्टर बैंक में बेस्ट है, जहाँ तक कि आप कम रेट में फंड्स ले सकते हैं। तो ये एक मेन हर्डल है। दूसरी है इंस्टीट्यूशनल कैपेसिटी। नए ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के साथ ये है कि वो सारे डिपार्टमेंट को एक साथ खड़े नहीं कर सकते। रिस्क है, अदर ऑडिट है, सारे डिपार्टमेंट और उनके पास सीनियर एक्सपीरियंस लोग हैं, उनको हायर करना। तो हम इनर सोर्स से हायर करते हैं, उन्हें ग्रो करते हैं, उन्हें नर्चर करते हैं और उसके बाद लाते हैं ऊपर, ताकि हमारा पर्सनल कॉस्ट जो है, एक्सपेंसेस है, वो थोड़े से कम हो। तो ये थोड़े से हर्डल है, हमेशा बने रहते हैं। थर्ड, न्यू MFI के साथ ये विंटेज का इशू होता है। कोई भी MFI अगर 3 साल से कम की है तो उन्हें NBFCs या इवन पब्लिक सेक्टर बैंक और ये जो इंस्टीट्यूशन हैं उन्हें होता है कि 2-3 साल आप काम कर ले, देख ले, तो उसके बाद आप तो इनिशियल पे आपको 2-3 साल स्ट्रगल करने होते हैं फंड्स के लिए।
Thank you very much. I'll come back to you that how are you planning to overcome these issues. Now I would like to discuss some issues with Akhil. Akhil having a different DNA in the system. He started with Ask. It was a different institution. It was a support-giving institution from where he started. Now he is running a very successful microfinance institution. How has been this journey, and how are you bringing that DNA in your system in microfinance segment?
थैंक यू। आज ऑल्सो मैं भी हिंदी में बोलूँगा ताकि हम लोग हिंदी का नियम बना देते हैं। जैसे आपने बोला था DNA हैज टू बी, DNA की शुरुआत जो है जब हम कंसीव करते हैं, जैसे एक मदर अपने बच्चे को कंसीव करती है तब से DNA शुरू हो जाता है और फिर बच्चा पैदा होता है, बड़ा करते हैं, परवरिश करते हैं और उसी हिसाब से संस्कार जो मिलते हैं उसी हिसाब से अपब्रिंगिंग होती है। मित्रता एक 2018 में हमें लाइसेंस मिला और जैसा आपने बताया सारी समस्याएं हर्डल हमने फेस करी हैं, कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि MFI में आप डे 1 से आपके लिए सेम रूल्स हैं जो 6,000 करोड़ के MFI के लिए रूल्स हैं, सबके लिए रूल्स सेम हैं। कोई इंक्यूबेशन, हम इकोसिस्टम की बहुत सारे लोग बात करते हैं, लेकिन उस इकोसिस्टम को बिल्ड करना और उसको फिर फैसिलिटेट करने के लिए अभी भी बहुत सारे गैप्स हैं जिसके बारे में बाद में बात कर सकते हैं। मित्रता के अंदर हम लोगों ने 2-3 चीजें तय करी शुरुआत से ही कि जो हमारा पेपर पे मिशन एंड विजन है वो इम्पोर्टेंट नहीं है, जो हमारी सोच है वो पूरी कंपनी में और कंपनी के हर कार्यकर्ता के अंदर वो विश्वास होना चाहिए, वो बिलीव होना चाहिए। बहुत समय लगा क्योंकि जो कार्यकर्ता मित्रता में शुरू में जुड़े वो सब MFI से आए थे और जिसको डी लर्निंग टू लर्निंग कहते हैं, पुराना भूलना और नया सीखना, उसमें मेहनत और पैसा ज्यादा लगता है, नया सीखना आसान होता है। तो मित्रता ने बहुत सारे रिसोर्सेज खर्च करे डी लर्न टू लर्न, और वो एक हमारे लिए चुनौती थी और हमारे को पकड़ के रखना था कि हम लोग अपने कुछ फंडामेंटल चीजों से कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं करेंगे। और इस बात की कॉस्ट तो थी, लेकिन इस बात से पहचान भी मिली जिसको NBFCs ने, PSUs ने रिकॉग्नाइज किया। आज करीब 26-27 NBFCs, 5-7 PSU, सिटी सब सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं वो डेट साइड पे। तो वो साइज छोटा है लेकिन जो DNA है उसको रिस्पेक्ट मिली। ये बहुत बड़ा, जब हम कंपनी बना रहे थे तो ये बहुत दिनों तक, महीनों तक डिबेट चली थी प्रमोटर्स के बीच में और बोर्ड के बीच में कि DNA कितना क्रिटिकल है और नंबर्स कितने क्रिटिकल हैं। हमने कहा DNA सोल है, आत्मा है, और नंबर्स बॉडी है, तो बिना सोल के बॉडी भी बेकार है और बॉडी ही अगर कमजोर होगी तो सोल इनविजिबल है। तो नंबर्स इंपॉर्टेंट है लेकिन DNA बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। और इसके लिए जो हम लोग करते हैं रेगुलरली, वो इस पे रेगुलर चर्चा बातचीत होना बहुत जरूरी है। हमारी कोई भी रिव्यू वर्कशॉप होती है, कोई भी मीटिंग होती है, कोई भी टाउन हॉल होता है, तो मित्रता क्यों है उससे शुरुआत करते हैं। मित्रता कितने पे पहुंचेगी, इस साल AUM कितना होगा, वो बहुत बाद में बात करते हैं। मित्रता क्यों है? बहुत सारे फील्ड ऑफिसर्स, DMs, AMs, अब RMs हैं, जोनल मैनेजर्स हैं, वो शुरू में सोचते थे ये क्या बात कर रहा है, हमारी दूसरी कंपनीज में तो सीधा यही होता है कितना बांटा कितना लाए, आप इस पे टाइम क्यों वेस्ट करते हैं। और सिंपल सा एक उदाहरण, जब हमने अपनी पहली ब्रांच खोली और 56 ब्रांचेस हैं, हमने तय किया कि कोई भी स्टाफ हमारा रेजिडेंशियल ब्रांचेस हैं फ्लोर पे नहीं चलेगा, जमीन पे नहीं सोएगा, सबके लिए प्रॉपर बेड्स, प्रॉपर बेडिंग्स, प्रॉपर बाथरूम, प्रॉपर टॉयलेट, ड्रिंकिंग वाटर, गुड फैसिलिटी ब्रांच, क्योंकि हम रूरल एरिया में काम करते हैं तो किराया अच्छा मिल जाती है, फैसिलिटी सब कम। तो मुझे ध्यान है कुछ स्टाफ ने शुरू में जब ज्वाइन किया तो एक रिव्यू मीटिंग में एक दो स्टाफ रोने लग गए, तो हमने पूछा आप रो क्यों रहे हैं, वो बहुत इमोशनल हो गए। तो उन्होंने कहा कि एक जो पहचान है कि वी आर ह्यूमन बीइंग्स एंड वी शुड बी ट्रीटेड एज ह्यूमन बीइंग्स, वी आर गेटिंग दैट फ्री, वी आर गेटिंग दैट रिस्पेक्ट एंड वी आर गेटिंग दैट आइडेंटिटी, व्हिच इज द मेजर रिस्क मिटिगेशन फॉर मित्रता। आई वुड से आवर टीम, आवर स्टाफ, आवर पीपल, आवर DNA is the primary risk mitigation strategy for miत्रता, and of course post that we have this frameworks and the tech we are using. So I'll stop here and maybe allow other panelists to speak.
Mitrata has a significant, has a significant contribution in the sphere of capacity building. That's I'm aware of. Now my third panelist is Kiran. Kiran, how are you seeing this microfinance domain? You being coming into this domain and you are developing your own system, your own microfinance institution. How are you seeing this phase of change of microfinance?
So, hi everyone. I'm not sure how many of you are aware of Sa-Dhan, but Sa-Dhan is one of the newest entrants in the microfinance sector. So we only launched in 2019, just 1 year prior to COVID, and today we are here. We just entered Uttar Pradesh 6 months back, and we have around 10 branches activated in UP. And just taking one step forward from a lot of our panelists who have spoken of the potential, I feel considering UP's potential and UP's population, it's just a matter of time that UP will be the #1 in terms of loan portfolio outstanding, right? It's just a matter of time. अभी तक हम UP में enter नहीं कर पाए थे because of lot of other reasons, lot of different issues. But considering 25 crores of population will be staying here in the next 3 to 4 years, lending follows population. It's as simple as that. Lending follows population, lending follows GDP. तो अगर GDP state का बढ़ता रहेगा, population state में रहेगा, so it's just a matter of time that portfolio and loans and companies and ecosystem follows. So that's the way we are seeing it. And now coming back to Sa-Dhan, I am not from microfinance sector. I am incidental IITian who has come into microfinance sector. So I graduated from IIT and then worked with this international bank called Capital One. I was leading their Canadian subprime market credit card portfolio. And you'll be surprised how similar it is. We always think developed market में loan दे रहे हैं. It will be very different because उनके GDP per capita is much higher, incomes are much higher. But what you will be surprised is fundamentals still remain the same. For example, when we used to do business in Canada, we used to give our first loan to the customers in the subprime category, $300 credit, right? People are shocked कि इतने बड़े market में जहाँ पे incomes are $40,000, $60,000 in India terms, 30-40 lakhs per year का income है, $300 का कार्ड कौन लेता है? लेकिन that's the fact of the matter. When you are lending to a new customer, डेवलप मार्केट हो, डेवलपिंग कंट्री हो, पूरी दुनिया में बुनियाद वहीं से स्टार्ट होती है कि आप पहला $300 जो हमारे माइक्रो फाइनेंस कॉन्टेक्स्ट में हम 20,000 से चालू करते हैं. The fundamentals still remain the same because you are not aware what the customer is bringing to the table. Is he a good customer? Is he a bad customer? The best proof is in the repayment behavior. No number of variables can solve the actual proof कि ये repay करेंगे नहीं करेंगे. And that's been the philosophy that we try to follow at Sa-Dhan. That you can evaluate all variables, but fundamental thing is once you onboard the customer, वो repayment करेंगे या नहीं करेंगे, that's the only variable which matters. And you know, that's been the DNA we have tried to inculcate in our field staff. कि numbers are an outcome. Loan book अपने आप बन जाएगा, उसकी आप चिंता मत कीजिए. आप बस ये सोचिए कि जो कस्टमर हमारे पास आ रहा है, authentic होना चाहिए, and you know, they should be humble in their own sense. That is the most important factor, and they should have very good, impeccable credit history. That's it. बाकी सब अपने आप हो जाएगा. आपको कोई चिंता करने की जरूरत नहीं है. So I think, you know, as we are entering, we are not the latest player, right? जैसे अगर ये सेक्टर आप 2008 में एंटर किए होते थे, जैसे आप सब जानते हैं, lot of veterans are here in this room. जब microfinance शुरुआत हुआ था, the approval rates were upward of 75-80%, right? Sometimes I feel, you know, that mindset has still not gone. अभी भी हमें लगता है कि you know, we should still have 60%, 70% approval rate. But the point is, times have changed, penetration rates has changed, so we have to live with the fact that going forward, you know, approval rates will keep coming down. And I feel it's a good thing because customers के पास choice ज़्यादा है, and customers are more aware, and even entities, new entities need to take more precaution on what kind of risk are you underwriting. I think that will become more critical as we kind of move forward. So that is the, you know, DNA we have to fundamentally rethink. And as Akhil rightly mentioned, you know, ये हमारा भी experience था कि जब हम बहुत experienced staff को recruit कर रहे थे as part of the startup journey, just getting them to relearn was a bigger problem, and it's very difficult, very very difficult. So we were very quick in realizing this, and we started, you know, we stopped recruiting laterally at field level at least to begin with. तो हमें ये पता लगा कि it's better to recruit freshers, groom them, and you know, give them an opportunity and groom them in our own DNA from day one, rather than taking, you know, from field officers and branch managers from other entities and expecting them to learn how we operate it. It was, you know, turning out to be a bigger challenge. So those are some of the hurdles that we faced. And I think on the third element of process, I would also like to highlight that, जैसे microfinance, you know, it was started by Mohammed Yunus in the 80s, right? When it was started, there was a lot of focus on the process. How do you identify a customer? You know, village survey start karo. Go to the customer, CGT1, CGT2, GRT. It used to take 3 days of full day training to make customers aware कि loan होता क्या है. Why are we giving them money in the first place, right? People were so afraid कि ये कोई भी आ रहा है पैसा क्यों दे रहे हैं. But now what has happened is, you know, obviously customers are more aware than us in terms of loans, in terms of terms of the loans. Now, you know, I think some of my peers are telling कि 6 बजे के बाद आप आ ही नहीं सकते. We are so aware. So the onus has shifted to us on how we can match up to the maturity of our customers in terms of, you know, their understanding, meeting our understanding to be above their understanding. So I think that is a big challenge which we will have to solve in the coming, you know, 2 years. And I think that's where I would like to get. Thanks.
It's wonderful. So I'm very happy that to get you people as speakers because I'm getting 3 aspects of it. When I was talking with you were talking about the funding side, your exploring the new areas. Akhil was talking about the building up the cadre, and you are talking about, Kiran is talking about the customer, matching the repayment and also matching the requirement. It's very interesting. Now when we are seeing the data of Uttar Pradesh, we are seeing that it is growing more than the national average. Now, in case of GLP, in case of client outreach, in case of loan disbursement, everything. Now I will bring you in this, our UP, Uttar Pradesh. How are you seeing this market? I will ask you from your perspective. Like when it is growing, it is also, there is a chance of bursting, there is a chance of deviation, there is a chance of other negative things as well. Positive sides are for sure. I will show you that what the market is like at the end. But before that, I would like to understand from you, how are you seeing this market and how are you trying to grow in this market where we are seeing that it is far ahead than national average. Over to you.
जो ग्रुप है वो ठीक है, ओवर इंडेप्टेड है, थोड़ा सा अर्बन में है और रूरल में नहीं है, या रूरल में कम है, आप ये कह सकते हैं। बिकॉज यूपी में पोटेंशियल ज़्यादा है, इसलिए हम नेशनल एवरेज से ऊपर है। और इवन पैन इंडिया में भाई यूपी बड़ा मार्केट है, नंबर्स ऑफ MFI यूपी में बहुत ज़्यादा है और सब अपनी जगह काम कर रहे हैं। जो रूरल में काम कर रहे हैं वो अर्बन में भी काम कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि ये बैलेंसिंग करना होता है, खास करके रेनी सीजन में और टाइम में, जबकि आप आइडल फंड पे नहीं बैठ रहे हैं तो आपका अर्बन पोर्टफोलियो होना भी जरूरी है, नहीं तो डिसबर्समेंट में नहीं हो पाते रूरल में। तो ये जो बैलेंसिंग है, ये आप देखें कि जो ब्रांचेस हमारी 15 साल या 20 साल पुरानी हैं, वहां पर भी नए क्लाइंट्स आ रहे हैं, नंबर वहां भी बढ़ रहे हैं। ठीक है, जैसे शुरू में बढ़े थे 5 साल, वैसे नहीं बढ़े, लेकिन नंबर अभी भी बढ़ रहे हैं। इसका मतलब है जो ग्रोथ है वो स्टेडी है और सस्टेनेबल ग्रोथ है। तो अगर हम कुछ चीजों को अवॉइड करें, जैसे रेगुलेटर्स, हम क्या कर रहे हैं और क्या हमारा स्टाफ कर रहा है, हम दो ही चीजें इशू करें, ठीक है, दो ही सर्कुलर इशू करें कि 100% इंप्लीमेंट हो और डिसकंटिन्यू नहीं होनी चाहिए। क्योंकि हम यहाँ से ठीक है ग्रुप बना रहे हैं, हम एप्रिशिएट भी करते हैं, सपोर्ट भी करते हैं, वैसे स्टाफ को भी जो जाति से ग्रो करते हैं, लेकिन हमें पता नहीं होता कि वो ग्रुप कैसे आ रहे हैं। और ये ब्रस्ट होने का, जब बबल ब्रस्ट होने का सबसे बड़ा थ्रेट यही होगा आगे चलकर लीडर्स और पाइपलाइनिंग सब लोग। अगर हम इससे बचे रहेंगे तो क्लाइंट सब इतनी समझदार हो गई है कि उसे मालूम है कि कितना उसके कटाई से और कितना लोन से ले जाते हैं लगभग। और हमारे स्टाफ और सुपरवाइजरी जब जाते हैं तो फिर उनसे बातें नहीं करते, ठीक है। लेकिन जो कंट्रोल रखने की चीज है वो ये है कि हम टीम लीडर्स और एजेंट्स और ये और हम अपने सुपरवाइजरी जो हमारा मॉनिटरिंग सुपरविजन में जो लोग हैं उन्हें हमें स्ट्रेंथन करें, प्रॉपर ट्रेनिंग दे कि कैसे वो इसको पकड़े और दूर करें। तो अगर हम इससे बचे रहते हैं तो ब्रस्ट होने के चांसेस बहुत ही कम है और हमें नहीं लगता कि आगे कोई बहुत ज्यादा दिक्कत है।
What I could presume from you, आपका तो कैश 22 सिचुएशन है, नया जगह पर जाइएगा तो ज्यादा कॉस्ट और पुराने जगह पे टीम लीडर, आप कीजिएगा क्या? You have to think through.
अगेन भी बैलेंसिंग है, क्योंकि हम क्लेम भी करते हैं रूरल फोकस MFI है और इससे कंपटीशन से बाहर जाना चाहते हैं। हमारी कुछ ऐसी ब्रांचेज भी है जहाँ पर कोई MFI नहीं, एक दो ऐसी ब्रांचेज हैं यूपी में। तो रिपीटर से बचने का बेस्ट वे है कि हम उनके लिए कुछ नहीं कर सकते, हम बेकार में उनके पीछे भाग रहे हैं। दो ही ले, सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट हमारे स्टाफ की ट्रेनिंग, जैसा कि अभी और पिछले जो स्पीकर्स तो लोगों ने भी, हम जो विजुअल चीजें हैं उससे ज्यादा वैल्यू करते हैं। ट्रेनिंग, क्रिएटिंग अवेयरनेस, इस पे हम खर्च करने में हेजिटेट करते हैं। सेकेंड, टेक्नोलॉजी। टेक्नोलॉजी तो आनी है और आप जब ग्रो करें तो और एक साइंस पे आए तो ऐसा ना हो कि आप टेक्नोलॉजी में पीछे हो जाए। तो टेक्नोलॉजी को आप आगे रखते हैं, अगर अपने ओवरहेड एक्सपेंसेस को आप देख रहे हैं तो ठीक है, आप अन्य चीजों को साइड कर सकते हैं। तो टेक्नोलॉजी के थ्रू मॉनिटरिंग सुपरविजन ये बढ़ा सकते हैं और रिंग लीडर्स को रोकने के लिए सबसे बेस्ट वे है अपने स्टाफ को ट्रेन करें।
बिल्कुल। Now it will lead me to Akhil. Akhil, you tell me that how are you doing in this?
Sure. उत्तर प्रदेश में अगर हम बात करें तो देखिए बिल्कुल स्वाभाविक है कि नीड है, अपॉर्चुनिटी है, एक एस्पिरेशनल वैल्यू उत्तर प्रदेश की ग्रामीण जीविका में या समुदाय में बहुत तेजी से बढ़ रही है। नीड या जो भी कारण है उसके पीछे मैं उसमें नहीं जाऊंगा। तो हर कोई ग्रो करना चाहता है, गांव में हर व्यक्ति, हर परिवार की एस्पिरेशन है और इसीलिए लोन की नीड बढ़ती जा रही है, कंजम्पशन नीड भी बढ़ रही है, प्रोडक्टिव नीड्स भी बढ़ रही है, लाइवलीहुड नीड्स भी बढ़ रही है। उसी को शायद हम MFI जो हैं हमारे लिए वो अपॉर्चुनिटी बन रहा है। आई थिंक चुनौती इसको बहुत ही रिस्की प्रपोजिशन है। इसमें सबसे पहले तो प्रमोटर खुद की एस्पिरेशन, प्रमोटर्स क्या सोचते हैं कि हम जल्दी से जल्दी 2000 करोड़ पीयर प्रेशर है, प्रमोटर्स के एस्पिरेशन है कितनी जल्दी मुझे ग्रो करना है, लाइमलाइट में आना है, अवार्ड्स लेने हैं, ये एस्पिरेशन को रोकना है पहले तो जो कंपनी लॉन्च ही कर रहे हैं प्रमोटर। अगर इन्वेस्टर्स आ गए, इन्वेस्टर्स में भी दो तरीके के इन्वेस्टर्स हैं, एक VC इन्वेस्टर्स हैं, एक इम्पैक्ट इन्वेस्टर्स हैं। ये वर्ड जो था पेशेंट इन्वेस्टर ये अब खत्म हो गया है। इन्वेस्टर अभी इन्वेस्टमेंट लाने से पहले बोलते हैं आप एग्जिट बताइए, एग्जिट स्ट्रैटेजी बताइए, रिटर्न्स बताइए और कितने टाइम में एग्जिट देंगे। तो इन्वेस्टर्स की एस्पिरेशंस को हैंडल करना, और विवेक जी आ गए, आगे सर आप ही का इंतजार है। और विवेक आगे आगे जो आपको बोलना है वो हमने बिल्कुल नहीं बोला है, ठीक है। और तीसरा जो है आई थिंक और तीसरा पॉइंट जो है वो आप अपने स्टाफ को क्या मैसेज दे रहे हैं। और अगर स्टाफ की मंथली सैलरी के अलावा अगर आप उन्हें मिनिमम वेजेस में काम करा रहे हैं, सब कुछ डिस्बर्समेंट से लिंक कर रहे हैं, इंसेंटिव्स, बोनस, रिटर्न्स, तो स्टाफ कहता है मैं तो ज्यादा से ज्यादा पैसा बांट दूंगा। और अगर एक बार मानसिकता में आ गया बांट दो यार, लाने की जिम्मेदारी मेरी थोड़ी है, मुझे कौन सा ताजमी यहाँ काम करना है, तो दैट रियली किल्स द इंस्टीट्यूशन एंड द सेक्टर। तो रिस्पॉन्सिबल लेंडिंग, रिस्पॉन्सिबल बोरोइंग दोनों बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट प्रिंसिपल हैं। और आई थिंक बहुत बहुत जो इम्पोर्टेंट है कि क्या हम प्रोपोर्शनेटली, और अभी ये कलेक्टिवली बात नहीं होती है, लेकिन प्रोपोर्शनेटली स्टेट लेवल स्ट्रैटेजी बनना बहुत बहुत जरूरी है। और उसमें जॉइंट लायबिलिटी, JLG लैंडिंग से लेके जो इंडिविजुअल एंटरप्राइजेस की बात आ रही है, फार्म सेक्टर की बात आ रही है, हाउसिंग की बात आ रही है, 2 व्हीलर लोन्स की बात आ रही है, तो प्रोडक्ट डाइवर्सिफिकेशन के साथ भी ग्रोथ अपॉर्चुनिटीज हैं। लेकिन अगर आप देखेंगे कि MFI की मेजॉरिटी बुक आज भी JLG ही होती है, तो वो एक अपने आप में बहुत बड़ा सवाल है जो इंट्रोस्पेक्ट करने की जरूरत है, जहां हम अपने क्लाइंट्स, अपने कस्टमर्स, मैं क्लाइंट्स नहीं बोलता, कस्टमर्स बोलता हूं, बिकॉज़ नाउ दे आर डायरेक्टिंग अस क्या करना है क्या नहीं करना है, जमाने गए क्लाइंट वाले। तो कस्टमर्स जब डिफाइन करने लग जाते हैं तो MFIs को फिर उसको रिस्पॉन्ड करना जरूरी है, एंड दैट विल सेट द ट्रैजेक्टरी ऑफ ग्रोथ बेसिस।
So if I can ask you, आपको अगर मैं पूछना, मतलब if I can ask कि आप अगर स्टेट लेवल पॉलिसी बनाना, स्टेट लेवल प्लानिंग बनाना है, what are the aspects do you think that it should be there? या आपको अकेला 4 पॉइंट्स, 4 एस्पेक्ट्स।
देखिए स्टेट लेवल पॉलिसी फॉर द सेक्टर, पहले तो सेक्टोरल डिस्कशन होना बहुत जरूरी है, और उसके अंदर जो सेक्टर, जो स्टेट का नीड है और चेंजिंग सोशल इकोनॉमिक प्रोफाइलिंग है, डेमोग्राफिक सोशल इकोनॉमिक प्रोफाइलिंग, उसकी मैपिंग करना बहुत जरूरी है। हमें स्टेट के, और स्टेट जब बोल रहा हूँ समुदाय, कम्युनिटी, बीट रूरल अर्बन, उसके हिसाब से अलाइन करना है। एंड पॉलिसी कोई 10 साल के लिए नहीं बननी चाहिए। वी आर इन अ फास्ट डायनामिक ग्रोइंग इकोनॉमी, तो 3 साल मैं रिकमेंड करता हूँ, 5 साल तो मैं बोलता नहीं, 10 साल तो बोल ही जाइए। और उसको रिव्यू करना बहुत जरूरी है, और हमें इक्विप होना पड़ेगा, इंस्टीट्यूशंस को इक्विप होना पड़ेगा उसको डिलीवर करने के लिए। तीसरा आई थिंक एक सेक्टर के अंदर सिंक्रोनाइजेशन होना बहुत जरूरी है। हम हर कोई अपनी अपनी बात करते हैं, लेकिन सेक्टर की बात कौन करता है मुझे नहीं मालूम। Somebody has to talk about the sector. I talk about Mitra, talk about his MFI, he talks about it. Maybe Vivek ji will not talk about his MFI now because he's on a different league. But still today that's a tendency. So I would say the policy framework is something, an instrument for us to introspect and to guide us. It's not a regulation I'm talking about, but something, a tool which guides us, like a North Star which guides the ship. It has to be a guiding instrument, and then there has to be very close introspection on that. So it's very important to understand the demography, the social, economic changing scenario, and then align ourselves according to it. So that is what I feel offhand as far as the policy perspective is concerned.
Thank you very much. We got our guidance. Kiran, how are you seeing this market? Being a new entrant in this market, and where you, I mean, apparently it is showing saturated, and then as a new entrant, how are you seeing it? How do you want to escalate your portfolio over here? Considering all these things, technology, your responsible lending, everything, all of conduct principles? How do you want to?
So here I think Vivek ji will add a lot more light after me.
I will bring Vivek for totally different
things, questions. That's great. So एक तो मैं आपको सबको ये बताना चाहूँगा when we were starting in 2019, right? And this has been a question that has been coming, I'm sure, from 2010 to all of you as well. कि sector mature हो चुका है, sector potential खत्म हो चुका है. But then the only question I ask everyone who raises these questions is, अगर sector mature हो चुका है, तो sector 20% CAGR से कैसे बढ़ रहा है? The sector is growing at 20%. When if you look at Nifty companies growing at 20% is a big thing. Here we are talking about the sector clocking year-on-year 20-25% growth rates. तो अगर maturity हो चुका है, तो ये growth आ कहाँ से रहा है? So I feel addressing that question first, there is tremendous potential still, and we haven't even covered 40%, 50% of the sector's potential. Every family in India has to be financially inclusive. अगर वो हमारा goal है as a NBFC MFIs and in broader terms financial inclusion firms, then we are nowhere close to maturity. That's the first question. And I think coming back to the question of risks that are coming in a fast-growing state, right? And I think there are a lot of learnings that we have learned from Andhra crisis, now recently Assam crisis, and all the players that I speak to, everybody kind of echoes the same sentiment. Is देखिए credit risk is in our control at the end of the day, fundamentally. और अगर आप अच्छा करेंगे तो 1% पे रहेगा, अगर आप बहुत बुरा करेंगे ठीक है 2-3% हो जाएगा. But I think the biggest risk which comes from a fast-growing state is actually the event risks, the political risks, the weather risks, which are outside of the purview of any single entity. And I think that's where Sa-Dhan and all the SROs play a very critical role. कि जैसे यूपी अभी बढ़ रहा है, we have to closely link back with all the political leaders, saying ये आपके लिए है, आपके benefit के लिए है. This is in no way taking away from the good work that you are also doing for the community. I think this is very important. And I think the biggest risk for the sector every time turns out to be the political events, and this has been repeated state after state, right? अगर आप महाराष्ट्र देखेंगे, अभी भी ringleaders तो issue है, but bigger issue is the political parties taking advantage, of us as individual entities not being able to represent our customers as a cohesive unit. Where, for example, अभी अमरावती में आपको पता है क्या हो रहा है? There are these political parties which take advantage and they say, look, loan माफी हो गया है. You don't need to pay. You just pay us. You don't need to pay the rest, right? So these are, I feel, bigger problems that we will have to solve in UP as well. I'm sure it's just a matter of time. जैसे portfolio बढ़ता है, everybody becomes aware that what we are doing is much more impactful and much more bigger than what anybody would have imagined. So there are problems like this which are just waiting to happen. I think this will be one big problem we have to solve as we are kind of scaling up in the next 3 to 5 years. And and the second factor which we have tried to develop at Sa-Dhan with the new RBI guideline is now RBI has given liberty on the credit policy. If you think about it, उन्होंने broadly define किया है कि आप 25,000 का income is the outline limit for defining an MFI customer, household of an MFI customer. लेकिन जो internal आपका credit policy है, कौन से customer को आपको onboard करना है, they have given complete freedom, right? So in this context, now it becomes more and more critical that we develop state level strategies. We should not brush India with the same, color, same credit policy like it used to happen, right? जैसे कर्नाटक में मैं देखता था, तमिलनाडु में मैं देखता था, जहाँ पे GDP per capita बहुत ज़्यादा है. It's nearly double, triple of what you see in UP, Bihar. But the product, the credit policy, you will be surprised for a large player who have pan-India presence is same in Tamil Nadu as it is in UP, Bihar, which is, I feel, a bigger problem that we have to solve for. And now even the regulator has given us freedom to define, state-based and even more granular for that matter. You can go district level. So I think that will become more important even from a company standpoint on how you evaluate every region on its own merits and not be biased by other states. what is happening in Karnataka is not applicable to what is happening in UP or Bihar. So you have to build this differentiation in onboarding of customers and underwriting.
True. Thank you very much. Now I will come to Vivek and I will discuss with him totally different thing. It's the technology side of things. When I invited him, I told Vivek I want your deliberation on the technology. You are growing. I have seen your journey and I have been an observer of your journey and I appreciate it. Vivek, how your journey when you are growing and you are including technology, what is your experience of technology versus growth? How are you managing everything? Your deliberation will be the guiding force for many institutions. I was looking forward to hear from you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. जहाँ तक मेरा मानना है कि एज अ माइक्रो फाइनेंस कंपनी एज ए फाइनेंशियल इंस्टीट्यूशन जो है हम टेक्नोलॉजी में कुछ इनोवेट नहीं कर रहे हैं, हम अडॉप्ट कर रहे हैं। और हमारी स्ट्रेंथ जो है वो टेक्नोलॉजिकल इनोवेशंस की या आईटी कंपनी हम नहीं है। हम टेक्नो वर्ल्ड में क्या बेहतर हो रहा है उसको हम अपने कस्टमर सेगमेंट में किस तरीके से फिट कर सकते हैं, और ये पूरा मॉडल जो है टच एंड टेक्नोलॉजी बेस्ड है। अगर हम चाहें कि पूरा फिनटेक हो जाए तो फिनटेक में पिछले 5 साल में न फिन बचा न टेक बचा हुआ है। आज की तारीख उनका जो रिपेमेंट स्ट्रक्चर है, एनपीएज हैं, वो आउट ऑफ कंट्रोल है जो है। ये पूरा जिस सेगमेंट में हम काम कर रहे हैं ये टच एंड टेक्नोलॉजी बेस्ड है, और किसी भी हालत में जो है कस्टमर एक्सपीरियंस चेंज होना चाहिए। उसका जो आपके लोन ऑफिसर का एक्सपीरियंस चेंज होना चाहिए, उसका टैट रिड्यूस होना चाहिए, डेटा का फ्लो आपका टॉप टू बॉटम कितना स्मूथ होता है जिससे आप इतना एडवांस डिसीजन मेकिंग आप कर पाते हैं, वो काफ़ी क्रिटिकली इम्पॉर्टेंट है। आज से 20 साल पहले माइक्रो फाइनेंस सेक्टर जो है वो पेपरलेस था, जो है ऑलमोस्ट पेपरलेस था। ये फॉर्म नंबर 1 होता था, फोटो भी नहीं होती थी, कोई राशन कार्ड कोई इलेक्शन कार्ड नहीं होता था, ऑलमोस्ट पेपरलेस था। आज हम सब फिर से पेपरलेस की तरफ बात कर रहे हैं और वो बायोमेट्रिक के थ्रू आ गया है। प्रोसेस पहले भी उतनी स्मूथ थी, बस पहले क्या था, टेक्नोलॉजी से एक चीज जो लूज हम कर रहे हैं वो है ह्यूमन टच। जो कस्टमर के साथ अभी जो ग्राउंड का सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज मेरे अपने ऑब्जर्वेशन में आ रहा है कि लोन ऑफिसर पूरा टैबलेट में ही इन्वॉल्व है, उसका कम्युनिकेशन कस्टमर के साथ जो है वो काफी कम हो गया। वो खाली जो है लोन अकाउंट नंबर फिट करने में, उसका पर्सनल डेटा फिट करने में, बाकी चीजों के पास वो जो पहले 10 सवाल ज्यादा पूछता था, उसकी इनकम का सोर्स क्या है, अल्टरनेट सोर्स ऑफ इनकम क्या है, घर उसका किस तरीके से है, उसके बच्चे कहाँ जाते हैं, इन सारे सवालों पे टाइम स्पेंड करना काफी कम हो गया है। तो टेक्नोलॉजी कई बार जो है वो टच पार्ट को अभी ओवरटेक कर रही है। मुझे लग रहा है कि जब ई साइन और ई केवाईसी दोनों का मुझे लग रहा है काफ़ी हम सब लोग कई सारे इंस्टीट्यूशन एडवांस स्टेजेस में हैं और अगले 1 महीने 2 महीने में ई केवाईसी कर रहे होंगे, ई साइन बहुत सारे लोग कर रहे हैं। तो ये जो पार्ट है बहुत सारा मैनुअल अभी डिजिटल मैनुअल है जो है, हाथ से बहुत बढ़ रहे हैं और वो डिजिटाइज तुरंत हो रहा है, इसलिए डिजिटल मैनुअल हो गया। तो उस चीज़ को हम कैसे जो है वहाँ का टाइम बचाएं और कस्टमर के साथ अपना इंटरेक्शन बढ़ा पाए। कस्टमर अभी हमारा 2nd साइकिल, 3rd साइकिल, 4th साइकिल ऑनवर्ड हम जो ऑब्जर्व कर रहे हैं उनका ऑनलाइन रिपेमेंट बढ़ा हुआ है। QR कोड अभी 3 साल पहले तक जो है बहुत कम कस्टमर यूज करते थे, आज जो 20-25% कस्टमर QR कोड के थ्रू पेमेंट कर रहे हैं। सेक्टर का करीब 50% कस्टमर जो है उसका डिजिटल रिपेमेंट का एक्सपीरियंस है, वो दे रहा है या नहीं दे रहा है, लेकिन उसका एक्सपीरियंस है, वो कभी शॉपिंग कर रहा है या उसके अपने मोबाइल पेमेंट के थ्रू जो है EMI भी किसी इंस्टीट्यूशन को पे करता है, किसी को नहीं पे करता। तो सेक्टर फॉर्मलाइजेशन की तरफ है। टेक्नोलॉजी जब ज्यादा इनेबल होगी, अडॉप्ट होगी, वो फॉर्मलाइज और बेहतर होगा। ये जो आज जो ह्यूमन टच है, क्योंकि सेगमेंट हमारा ऐसा है कि बिना ह्यूमन टच के हम उसमें अवेयरनेस क्रिएट नहीं कर पाते, उनको लोन का रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी नहीं ठीक से समझा पाते, उनको लोन के यूजर्स तक नहीं पहुंचा पाते, लेकिन 4-5 सालों में जैसे विजुलाइज कर रहा हूँ ये एटमॉस्फेयर भी काफी जो इकोसिस्टम है चेंज हो रहा है। आसपास के जो न्यू जनरेशन के जो नए बारोवर्स आ रहे हैं 25 साल 26 साल 28 साल 32 साल के जो अभी इस समय जो कस्टमर्स हैं जो है वो काफी फोनो फ्रेंडली हैं, काफी टेक्नो फ्रेंडली हैं जो है। और अटेंडेंस सेंटर मीटिंग की घट रही है, अटेंडेंस घट रही थी। एक तरफ चिंता हो रही है अटेंडेंस, पहले हम लोग 90% अटेंडेंस की बात करते थे, लेकिन आज जो है वर्चुअल सेंटर मीटिंग की तरफ शायद मूव करने का टाइम आ रहा है धीरे धीरे। अटेंडेंस वो सेंटर मीटिंग जो है वो क्रेडिट जो कास्ट है उसको कैसे हम मिनिमाइज कर पाए, कैसे हमें ऑपरेटिंग कास्ट को रिड्यूस कर पाए और इफिशियंसी को इंक्रीज कर पाए, टैग को घटा पाए, इसमें टेक्नोलॉजी ज्यादा रोल प्ले करेगी। लेकिन टच पार्ट सेक्टर का हमेशा जो है वो बेस है और बेस रहेगा। बिना टच के माइक्रो फाइनेंस जो है अगले 10 साल तक मैं विजुलाइज नहीं कर पाता हूँ।
थैंक यू वेरी मच। सो आर यू टेलिंग दैट जो टेक्नोलॉजी है हमारे यहाँ पर जो लोन ऑफिसर्स है या फिर हमारा जो एम्प्लॉइज है, जो हमारे कोलीग्स है, आपको लगता है कि उनका कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग उस पर करना चाहिए क्लास पर्सनल टच?
उनका जो कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग में दिक्कत नहीं है, इतने सारे फॉर्म्स ओपन होते हैं उसको फिल करते करते लास्ट कॉलम तक आते आते कम से कम 15 मिनट 14 मिनट लगता है एक लोन एप्लीकेशन को ठीक से कंप्लीट करने में, सारे इंफॉर्मेशन को फिल करने में। तो उसकी वजह से क्या होता है वो पूरा एज अ टाइप राइटर जैसा काम कर रहा है, ना कि वो जो इन्फॉर्मेशन उसको कुछ ग्रैस्प कर रहा है, उसके दिमाग में चीजें कम जा रही हैं। उस कस्टमर का पर्सनल इंफॉर्मेशन जो नो टू केवाईसी उसका है, नो टू योर कस्टमर जो है उसमें वो इंफॉर्मेशन ज्यादा फीड करने में टाइम की वजह से पर्सनल इंटरेक्शन नहीं कर पा रहा। कई बार क्या होता है कि जो कस्टमर बैठी थी उठ के चली गई है और दूसरा कस्टमर कुछ बता रहा है लेकिन उसको पता नहीं कि पहले वाला कस्टमर जा चुका है और दूसरे की बात शुरू हो चुकी है। तो ये कहीं न कहीं
So how are you bringing personal touch in your system? You are going towards technology and you are talking about personal touch. How are you using this one? It will be good.
I think e-KYC will be, I think that will be the game changer जो है, जहाँ पे बायोमेट्रिक के थ्रू जो है मेजर इंफॉर्मेशन आ चुकी होंगी, उसका नाम एड्रेस डिटेल सारे आ चुके होंगे, एक्सेप्ट एक बार आधार इलेक्शन कार्ड बैंक अकाउंट नंबर ठीक से सीट करने के बाद बाकी इंफॉर्मेशन आ चुकी होंगी। So that time of filling the information of almost जो 15 मिनट है that will be reduced to 2 to 3 minutes क्योंकि एडिशनल इंफॉर्मेशन बाकी घर में अदर इंफॉर्मेशन पे जाती है, तो वो फोकस ज्यादा कर पाएगा और वो जो 8-10 मिनट बच रहा होगा that is the real time required for developing the personal relationship with the customer। और एक बार कस्टमर आपने सही आइडेंटिफाई कर लिया उसके बाद वो मंथली मीटिंग में आ रहा है, फोर्टनाइटली आ रहा है, क्वार्टरली आ रहा है, उन दोनों चीजों से इतना फर्क नहीं पड़ता, लेकिन एक सही कस्टमर की ऑनबोर्डिंग जो है वो कितना प्री डिस्बर्समेंट प्रोसेस कितनी स्ट्रेंथन कर पाए और वहां पे हमने एक रिलेशनशिप कैसे बिल्ड कर लिया, हम अपना बिहेवियर कैसे ग्राउंड पर छोड़ पाते हैं, उससे कस्टमर एक्सपीरियंस जो है और कस्टमर डिलाइटनेस कहीं आने वाले टाइम सेक्टर डिफाइन कर रहा होगा।
Thank you very much. Now I would know one thing. One data set which is Sa-Dhan has a state-of-art data analytics center. This is what we are seeing. These are the parameters which we have developed with World Bank and ASEAN International. Every month it gets in your system, in your this email ID, but still you see. So most of this, according to these parameters, most of your UP is towards green. So the market is not that bad. Whatever growth is there, whatever it's the savings grace possibly for us. Whatever people say, we, according to our parameters, we are seeing that it is good, but we have to play carefully what you people are telling. Personal touch, capacity
has a huge potential.
Yes.
Still we have covered hardly 20% market of UP. Whatever we have covered till now is just 20% of available market of UP.
Right.
And there are, I think, 25 or 27 districts are still there, where 5 or 6 MFIs are there. And the total portfolio concentration is, I think, in some 100 crore, less than 100 crore areas. So that is there. Entire central UP is almost vacant, but developing a proper culture and how the lead institutions in UP, they have built the market in eastern part of UP. that culture is required to build in other parts of UP, because without developing that culture, we cannot expect quality growth in UP. Right. If we are, potential is there, but if everyone is entering in the market in a rush, definitely it will bounce back. UP is a very hard and soft market. If you are going by your process system controls, definitely it is a good market. But if you are going just by following someone else, definitely you will not reach your destination. तो सालों पहले जो कैशपोर्ट ने किया वाराणसी और आसपास के एरिया में, वो बुंदेलखंड में करने की जरूरत है, रोहिलखंड में करने की जरूरत है। उरई जालौन का हिस्सा पूरा करीब खाली पड़ा था, इटावा उरई जालौन, वहाँ पे अभी लोग धीरे धीरे जाना शुरू किए हैं। तो केयरफुली, और यूपी अपने आप एक बड़ा स्टेट, एक तरह कंट्री है जो कम से कम 9-10 बड़े कल्चर में डिवाइड हो जाता है। तो हर जगह के बिहेवियर को समझना पड़ेगा, क्लाइंट सेगमेंट समझना पड़ेगा, और लेकिन ऑल ओवर ग्लोब कहीं भी काम करिए, कस्टमर टच जो है वो इस सेक्टर की जान है। उसके बिना जो है पॉवर्टी की लैंग्वेज एक है, सब जगह के लोगों की भाषा एक है, उनको पैसा चाहिए, समझ चाहिए, ईमानदारी चाहिए, और कोई बरगला न पाए। इसके लिए उस आपकी जो सीजीटी प्रोसेस थी, जो आपकी प्रोसेस थी, उनको ठीक करने की जरूरत है। जो जल्दबाजी के डिसबर्समेंट्स हैं, जो हम लोग भी कई बार करते हैं, उसमें वो जो पर्सनल टच, और पर्सनल टच का क्या फायदा होता है कि बरगलाने की कैपेसिटी, पॉलिटिशियन, पॉलिटिकल इन्वॉल्वमेंट, या किसी ने बोल दिया कि वो माफ हो गया, इन चीजों का रिस्क काफी कम हो जाता है, कस्टमर अवेयरनेस बढ़ जाती है। वहाँ पर सेक्टर को भी इन्वेस्ट करना चाहिए, इंस्टीट्यूशंस को भी इन्वेस्ट करना चाहिए, और रेगुलेटर्स को भी इन्वेस्ट करना चाहिए कि कस्टमर अवेयरनेस काफी इम्पोर्टेंट है। अभी मैं कहीं और देख रहा था कि कोई लोन माफी मोर्चा लोग कहीं चला रहे हैं पंजाब में, उन जगहों पे कि जो वीडियो बनाते हैं कि हम लोन माफी, हमारा बैनर आप लगा लो, यहाँ पे लोन माफी का हो गया, अब कोई नहीं आएगा। तो इन सब चीजों को जो है यूपी में पॉसिबिलिटी इसलिए कम है क्योंकि यहाँ लॉ एंड ऑर्डर काफी ठीक चल रहा है, तो वो जल्दी एक्शन हो रहा है, सपोर्ट अच्छा मिल रहा है। मतलब ब्यूरोक्रेसी यहाँ पे काफी एक्टिवेट हुई है पिछले 5-7 सालों में, 8 सालों में जो है। तो कहीं एज ए सेक्टर हमें अपनी लाइजनिंग इंक्रीज करनी पड़ेगी, अपनी पिन पॉइंट्स जल्दी पहुंचाने पड़ेंगे, जिससे रेमेडी जल्दी है।
Thank you very much. You were echoing what Akhil and he was telling about this proper planning entities to understand the market and design accordingly. Yes. Thank you. So, what at the end, I possibly didn't take much time. Possibly what we have to do planning properly, we have to do capacity building, we have to bring human touch in the system, but also include technology in the system. So technology plus is very much necessary for this market, and possibly
credit plus, I think that is one thing.
Yeah,
that is credit plus activity, especially health, education. These two things are very key for the customers, and how we are reaching to our customers with their health programs and education programs on the ground, that is also very much important. क्योंकि अब जो है जो रिवाइज रेगुलेशंस हैं, इसमें अगर आपने एक बार कस्टमर लूज कर दिया तो आप उसको दोबारा नहीं एक्वायर कर पाएंगे। तो कस्टमर्स को अपने साथ स्टिकीनेस आपको क्रिएट करने के प्रोग्राम में कुछ न कुछ जो है एक्स्ट्रा आपको लाना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि अब ये पूरा मार्केट जो है डिफरेंट मार्केटिंग टूल में कन्वर्ट हो जाएगा कुछ दिनों में।
बिल्कुल।
Sorry, my lady.
He is there. He is different. He does different kind of entity altogether. Akhil is there. Then Rajesh is there. He is very grounded. Then he is there talking about this customer. You want to ask something, man? If I can, Amrit, can you please?
Mic, lady.
Amrit, mic.
I'll take it.
Sir, how are you combating the problem of a client carrying multiple KYCs?
Jesus Christ.
Fake UID.
I think eKYC is going to solve all the problems.
That's only.
And before eKYC, we have implemented e-sign in our system. In last 2.5 years, we have digitized all our loan agreements. And in e-sign, the customer cannot use the fake ID, because 100% name should be matched from the biometrics, from the Aadhaar. So even before eKYC, we can use the e-sign on the loan agreement. That is the easiest way to?
एक चीज जो बहुत जरूरी है फंडामेंटल की जो ऑपरेशंस या सेल्स बोला जाता है, दैट शुड नॉट बी डूइंग द अंडरराइटिंग. क्रेडिट अंडरराइटिंग डिपार्टमेंट, इंडिपेंडेंट क्रेडिट अंडरराइटिंग डिपार्टमेंट डे 1 से MFI में होना जरूरी है. और ये मित्रता में हमने डे 1 से किया कि सेल्स के CEO जो प्रमोटर भी है कंपनी का, उसको 1 रुपए का भी लोन अप्रूव करने का अधिकार नहीं है. हम ओन बुक्स भी करते हैं, BC भी करते हैं. हमारा ओन बुक्स में रिजेक्शन रेट हाई है, BC में रिजेक्शन रेट कम है. जैसे बता रहे थे कि और रिजेक्शंस के बहुत सारे कारण हैं. जो अब हमारा क्रेडिट डिपार्टमेंट ACMs at the field level, and then we have credit department at the head office level, and we have 100% verification through a call center. 3 layers का हमने सिस्टम रखा है पुस्तक में. कहीं ना कहीं चोरी पकड़ी जाती है, टेम्परिंग हो रही है, चाहे वो क्लाइंट द्वारा हो रही हो, चाहे वो स्टाफ द्वारा हो रही हो. डिस्बर्समेंट करने का प्रेशर इतना होता है कि टारगेट मीट करना है, कैसे नहीं कराओ. तो बहुत जरूरी है सेल्स और क्रेडिट अंडरराइटिंग को 1 arm distance, and they should never mix fuel and fire together. Never do that. That has to be maintained. It's a cost, but it has to be maintained. Even in BC, in Mitrata, it's not a requirement of our BC partner, but because they do the underwriting, we have kept our underwriting department even for the BC portfolio. हम खुद ही पहले रिजेक्शन करते हैं, इससे पहले अपने BC पार्टनर को भेजें. तो बहुत जरूरी है कि स्क्रूटनाइजेशन ऑफ एवरी लोन होना बहुत, और इसमें टेक ऑफ कोर्स हेल्प कर ही रहा है. इट कैन नॉट बी मैनुअली सीन, बट टेक रियली कम्स फॉर दैट.
Thank you very much. Yeah, you want to?
So I think I would like to add a little bit of context on this as well. कि जब हम KYC की बात करते हैं, KYC में 2 टाइप के फ्रॉड हो सकते हैं, राइट? इफ यू थिंक अबाउट इट, एक होता है जो हम बहुत अवेयर हैं कि कस्टमर मल्टीपल KYCs लेके आ रहे हैं, and I think as Vivek ji and Atul ji rightly mentioned, it's a bit of a technology and a process problem. अगर e-KYC आ जाता है, then we are at 100% compliance. हम verify कर सकते हैं कि number is correct, number with the customer name, age, photo, everything can be verified. And I think NBFC, being an NBFC, all of us are slightly late to the table in that sense कि RBI ने last year ही guideline launch किया था कि Aadhaar can be used by NBFCs also. And I think we with RBI approval, right? So we are in that process actually today. We are going to apply to RBI for formally, being
I think already
notified.
RBI has given approval to around 30-40.
Exactly, 30-40 entities, right? So abhi, I think that problem will die down as we kind of move forward over the next one year. I feel as entities are more and more entities are onboarding, I think banks and NBFCs in this sense also become equal, and the authentication issue will go away slowly. But the second part of the issue still remains कि किसी और customer का KYC with or without their information is being used to apply for a loan. Now here I think field rigor is still very critical. These are basically cases of identity thefts in a classic case, right? जो अभी हमें digital lending में दिखता है. Digital lending में the entire issue that is happening with RBI is because people are not even aware they have taken loan, and loans are showing up in the bureau. I think this problem requires physical verification, physical validation, and I think here also technology can slightly help. Maybe we have to go beyond and do liveness check that a lot of digital lenders do. Maybe video KYC is another alternative, but I think we have to go down that path to mitigate both these issues.
Thank you very much. Thank you. You want to tell something? Yeah, please go ahead.
Who's the ID? Either agent or team leader who trained us or our. So it's need to isolate these agents or team leader, what we were talking about that, and train your staff. This is the basic.
Thank you very much. We could understand from this panel, we could understand we are really enriched. There is a question, I think. This is the last question. I have to, please.
जब वो एजेंट नहीं है, वैसे डुप्लीकेट दे रहा है, the member is.
हाँ, तो member को किसने ट्रेन किया? Who trained this member?
Okay. I think there is a gentleman there. There is a gentleman.
And I think we need to go to the next
one. So this is the last question I will be taking.
So I have multiple questions though.
मतलब सबका एक साथ ही आंसर देना।
They will be there during tea. You can do it.
I will just
Ask one important question.
So 3 of them are interlinked basically. Yeah. My question is, first question to Mr. Vivek is that you are saying that technology somewhere loses the touch to the customer, and on the other hand, technology is the thing जो आपकी problem solve कर रही है. So how do you look at it कि technology आगे जाके use होगी नहीं होगी, और होगी तो touch lose होगा, so how will you deal with it? Okay. Second question है, जो आप बोल रहे थे कि 8 मिनट 10 मिनट से होंगे एक कस्टमर onboarding में, so won't the institution utilize those 10 minutes to onboard more customers? जो आपका field staff होगा, वो instead of talking to the customer, establishing a touch base, वो 10 मिनट किसी और कस्टमर ऑनबोर्डिंग में लगा देगा. That is my point of view. I just want to have your point of view. Third thing, अभी आप e-sign कर रहे हैं, जिसके अंदर आप फिंगरप्रिंट इंप्रेशन से UIDAI से ऑथेंटिकेट कर रहे हैं. What about the customers जिनका फिंगरप्रिंट UIDAI से ऑथेंटिकेट नहीं होता है? Yeah, that's it.
आपका जो पहला सवाल था कि मैं डायरेक्टली इनडायरेक्टली ये नहीं कहने की कोशिश कर रहा था कि टेक्नोलॉजी की वजह से टेक्नोलॉजी ठीक नहीं है. टेक्नोलॉजी बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट है और टेक्नोलॉजी से इफिशियंसी बढ़ी और डिसीजन मेकिंग फास्ट हुआ है. करंट लेवल पे जो टेक्नोलॉजी का यूजर पिछले 5 सालों में आया है, टेक्नोलॉजी से हमने क्या समझा, खाली ऑनबोर्डिंग के ऐप्स हमने डेवलप किए, कलेक्शन ऐप डेवलप किए. ये असिस्टेड टेक्नोलॉजी है जहाँ पे लोन ऑफिसर जो है वो सारे ट्रांजैक्शंस को रिकॉर्ड करता जा रहा है. पहले वो फिजिकली करता था, फिर जाके ब्रांच में एंट्री करता था. आज वो सारा कुछ ग्राउंड पर कर रहा है और रिकॉर्ड करके हेड ऑफिस भेज रहा है. पहले टाइट शायद T+1 डेज का था, आज 5-10 मिनट का है, 15-15 मिनट के बैचेज चल. तो वो आगे और सिंक्रोनाइज होगा और इम्प्रूव होगा. उसमें ह्यूमन टच जो आज छूट रहा है, क्योंकि एक कस्टमर के साथ 10-12-15 मिनट जो खाली एंट्री करने में जा रहा है वो ऑटोमेट हो जाएगा. जब आपका eKYC आ जाएगा वो प्रोसेस काफी स्मूथ हो जाएंगी. लेकिन हमें ये भी समझना पड़ेगा कि हमारा लोन साइज भी बढ़ रहा है. एक कस्टमर पहले जब 30 लोन सोर्स करता था तो महीना में डिसबर्स करता था करीब 6 लाख रुपए. आज वो 50,000 रुपए 40,000 रुपए के एवरेज में 10 लोन सोर्स करके भी पहले से के बराबर ही सोर्स कर रहा है. तो हमारा रिस्क भी कहीं बढ़ रहा है. तो हमें पहले से ज्यादा जो है नंबर ऑफ कस्टमर सोर्सिंग जो है वो कहीं न कहीं जरूर ट्रैक करनी चाहिए कि हमारी प्रोसेस अगर ठीक से चलेगी तो कहीं न कहीं वो टाइम अगर पर्सनल टच में नहीं यूज हुआ, खाली नंबर में चला गया तो ये ब्लास्ट कर जाएगा, ज्यादा देर तक नहीं चल पाएगा. क्योंकि वो तो फिर कभी न कभी हमने देखा ही है हर जगह क्राइसिस का बेस रहा है. तो टेक्नोलॉजी खाली अपने स्पीड को ठीक कर रही है, मॉनिटरिंग कंट्रोल कर दिया उसने माइक्रो फाइनेंस के जो बड़े बेसिक प्रॉब्लम्स पहले थे उनको काफी मिनिमाइज कर दिया. लोन ऑफिसर पहुंचा है कि नहीं पहुंचा है, सुपरवाइजर गया है कि नहीं गया है, ये सारे प्रॉब्लम्स आज कम हो गए. लेकिन टेक्नोलॉजी के फ्रॉड्स भी अभी इमर्ज होने शुरू हो गए हैं. QR कोड के फ्रॉड्स आने शुरू हो गए, बायोमेट्रिक लगा के पैसा निकाल लेने के फ्रॉड्स आने शुरू हो गए, जिनके लिए भी हमें सबको काम करने की जरूरत है. तो लेकिन ह्यूमन टच इस मॉडल का बेस बना रहेगा. टेक्नोलॉजी इसको हमेशा इनहेंस करेगी, टैट घटाएगी, लोन ऑफिसर की लाइफ को इजी करेगी और सबसे बड़ा टाइम जो है कैशलेस करने का बचने वाला है. क्योंकि हमारा 1/3 टाइम जो है कलेक्शन करके ब्रांच पर लाके जमा करने का. अगर हम डिजिटल कलेक्शंस को इनहेंस कर पाते हैं तो वो 1/3 टाइम जो है अगर कुछ नहीं होगा तो लोन ऑफिसर की जो है वर्क लाइफ बैलेंस में कहीं जो है काम आएगा. क्योंकि आज की तारीख में सेक्टर जो है करीब 50% के आसपास एम्प्लॉय यूज करता है लोन ऑफिसर कैटेगरी में, क्योंकि उनका वर्क लाइफ बैलेंस ही नहीं हो रहा. सुबह गए हैं शाम तक आए हैं, वो सेक्टर फॉर्मलाइजेशन में कहीं मदद करेगा. दूसरा जो आप पूछ रहे थे कि 8 से दूसरा क्या था आपका 8 से 10 मिनट जो है वो टेक्नोलॉजी का यूज जो है टच में अगर यूज होता है यूजर्स है, या इम्प्लाई के वर्क लाइफ बैलेंस में कहीं यूज होता है तब वो जुडिशियल यूज है. अगर वो नंबर सोर्सिंग में फिर से चला गया तो वो फिर कहीं जो है वो इंस्टीट्यूशन बहुत लंबा सर्वाइव नहीं करेगी. कहीं जो है 1 साल 2 साल 3 साल बाद कहीं ना कहीं इन्फ्लेशन जो है रिएक्ट करना शुरू कर देगा और आप जो है सस्टेन नहीं कर पाएंगे। तीसरा आपका था कि ई साइन से जिनके बायोमेट्रिक नहीं है उसका बड़ा सिंपल सा मेरा अपना एक्सपीरियंस ग्राउंड का ये है, लोन देते समय सब मैच कर जाएगा, लोन देने के बाद कुछ नहीं मैच करेगा। लोन देते समय जिसका बायोमेट्रिक नहीं होता तो जाते हैं, ठीक भी करा लेते हैं, अपडेट भी करा लेते हैं और अगले वाले साइकिल में 10 दिन 5 दिन 15 दिन बाद वाले लाइन में अगला जब ग्रुप बन रहा होगा, हेडिंग हो रही आ जाते हैं। हमने पिछले 2.5 साल से जो है ई साइन इंप्लीमेंट किया, एक भी कस्टमर ने कंप्लेन नहीं किया कि मेरा बायोमेट्रिक मैच नहीं कर रहा है, लेकिन अगर वो रिपेमेंट लेने जाइए तब दिक्कत होती है।
Thank you very much. If there is any question, you can always ask him over tea. Now, thank you very much, my panelists.
Especially Vivek sir.
And yes, Vivek could make this one. I mean, we were texting each other. Acha, Vivek, please.
Thank you for making it and coming and giving us well.
Akhil, this is for Akhil.
आगे आइए। तो वालों भी आपसे thank you for
Thank you. This is for Rajesh. This is for Kiran. And a photograph with my panelists. It is there. I will take it later on. We have to start the next session. So, thank you very much.
It's for the moderator.
Thank you very much. Let us have a photograph to be done. Either. Thank you. Requirement to reach the unreached. In this session, we will discuss on the opportunities available in the Uttar Pradesh to upgrade the financial inclusion of the state. I would like to request Mr. Mukesh Sa-Dhan, industry expert, to be on dais. Mukesh. Thank you very much, Mukesh.
Thank you, sir. Where is yours?
Please come, Mukesh. CEO Upma, Mr. Pratik Jain, Legality, and Ms. Gurpreet Kaur, DGM SBI. Please, ma'am, come here.
लास्ट पैनल होने के नुकसान, एक तो ये कि ज़्यादातर डिस्कशन हो चुकी है तो हमें ज़्यादा मेहनत करनी पड़ेगी क्योंकि कोई इंटरेस्टिंग पॉइंट लाए। दूसरा ये कि हम लोग ऑलमोस्ट तब शुरू कर रहे हैं जब एंड होना चाहिए था, तो जहाँ पहले वाले पैनल्स को थोड़ा सा फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी थी टाइम की, हमें वो फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी नहीं है। कोशिश करेंगे कि आपको ज़्यादा देर तक नहीं रोके, जैसे शैबल ने पिछले सेशन में कहा कि बी फोकस्ड एंड बी टू द पॉइंट, सो ट्राई टू डू दैट। लेकिन आखिरी पैनल के कुछ फायदे भी हैं, वो ये है कि एक तो यहाँ पे सिर्फ जो जेन्युइनली इंटरेस्टेड और सीरियस ऑडियंस है वो बची है, और दूसरा ये कि वहाँ से जो आवाज़ आ रही है उससे पहले ही उत्साह बढ़ गया है कि इसके बाद बढ़िया चाय कॉफी कुछ मिलेगा। ये पैनल इसलिए इंटरेस्टिंग मुझे लग रहा है कि इससे हमारे पैनलिस्ट में सिन्हा सर ऑब्वियसली आपको तो कोई परिचय की जरूरत नहीं, लेकिन हमारे दो और जो पैनलिस्ट हैं वो नॉन माइक्रो फाइनेंस, और इसीलिए हमारा जो ये टॉपिक भी है कि इकोसिस्टम फैसिलिटेटर्स, जो पूरा इकोसिस्टम है उसको हम कैसे और ज़्यादा बढ़िया कर सकते हैं कि फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन में उसका कुछ फायदा हो। तो मेरा पहला रिक्वेस्ट ये रहेगा कि अगर पैनलिस्ट अपने अपने बारे में और अपनी ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस के बारे में थोड़ा सा परिचय दे दे, क्योंकि नॉन माइक्रो फाइनेंस होने से अगर मैं अटेम्प्ट करूंगा कि इनकी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के बारे में बताऊं तो पता नहीं क्या बता रखूंगा। तो मेरी रिक्वेस्ट ये रहेगी कि बहुत ब्रीफली आप बता दें कि आपकी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन क्या है।
Sure. Thank you so much.
What we are going to talk here pertains to what we have been asked to do. So the topic is ecosystem facilitators, bridging the gaps and requirements to reach the unreached. And now, although this term ecosystem has been used multiple times since morning, I was curious to, and in fact when I received the invite, the first thing I did was look at the term ecosystem, the meaning of this term, because we use it, we broadly know what it is. Maybe I thought it might be pertinent to just revisit. And Britannica says, the complex of living organisms, their physical environment, and all their interrelationships in a particular unit of space. So maybe space for today's discussion is our own state of Uttar Pradesh. But then I think the interesting point here is that we are talking about all the components that make up that whole bubble of life around that particular thing. And here, since we are talking about ecosystem of financial inclusion, it's only, I think, pertinent that we have ecosystem facilitators, because one entity is looking at the healthcare. One of our earlier speakers spoke about the importance of our clients or our customers being in good health. And in fact, if you have been following the industry trends, a new term is now emerging, which is beyond financial inclusion, which is called financial health. So there's a financial health as well. So in addition to the physical health of a person, we are also now looking at the financial health, whether they are sustainable in their financial life, how much of are they over leveraged, are they over burdened, do they have the appropriate products, do they have the reach, and so on. The other term which I think is quite interesting here is that we are looking at opportunities available in UP to augment the financial inclusion. And when we talk about augmentation happens when there are those building blocks already in place. So augment, हम कोई चीज है already exist कर रही है, उसको बढ़ाएं कैसे, ये हमारे सामने सवाल है। तो दोनों चीजों को सेंटर पे रखते हुए अपनी क्वेश्चन लिस्ट में मैं बाद में जाऊंगा। पैनलिस्ट से मेरी रिक्वेस्ट रहेगी कि वो इस इकोसिस्टम फैसिलिटेशन एंड ऑगमेंटेशन के बारे में क्या सोचते हैं, क्या उनके विचार।
So जैसे हम बात करते हैं MFI सर्कल्स के अंदर, that ecosystem of technology players is very important, because this is one sector जहाँ पर number of customer onboardings काफी होगी। Like if I compare, let's say, the use case for MFIs with, let's say, a corporate loan use case, the number of client onboardings will be less than a corporate loan, as opposed to a JLG loan where there is a group of members who are coming to a branch to take that loan. So it is a business that is a highly scalable business. And to drive the scalability of this business, I think technology plays a very crucial role. And over the last 6 years of my journey with Legality, what I have realized so far is that technology can really help in scaling the business more efficiently. And this has been the proven expertise of Legality, where we have seen that the most of the conservative clients that we used to deal with earlier were in the MFI space, where people were so apprehensive that उन्हें एक पॉइंट टाइम पे लगता था कि टेक्नोलॉजी चल ही नहीं सकती इस मार्केट के अंदर, बिकॉज दिस इज अ रूरल कस्टमर ऑनबोर्डिंग
and sometimes there will be a problem of the network. Sometimes the person is not able to complete the journey because of the lack of understanding about the market or the ecosystem. And in those cases, they tend to have some presumptions that technology will ultimately collapse and fail. So I think this is a complete change in the mindset, where the MFIs today have matured to a level where they know that how their customers' scalability can be optimized by using the right technology. And this is where we have seen a phenomenal growth in the overall number of MFIs, which Legality has onboarded in the last 2 years, especially after pandemic, where we realized that our solutions earlier were good to have kind of a technology for MFIs. But post-pandemic, people actually realized that it is a very crucial technology which can change the way customer interacts with any MFI. So I think in that sense, technology has a very crucial role to play.
For this, I will just take a brief detour and थोड़ा आपको healthcare के बारे में मैं background दूंगा. Since हम लोग अगर MFI के street से हैं, then I'll try to bring some component of the requirement of healthcare in rural India. As we all know, गांव के अंदर जब शहर से compare करते हैं, तो they breathe fresh air, they eat farm fresh vegetable. They have a very active lifestyle. हम लोग toxic airs करते हैं, मैं NCR में रहता हूँ, but still after all this they live 5 years lesser than urban people. Ideally they should live at least 10 years more. So the actual age gap is 15 years. So what is the biggest reason? And the biggest reason is 93% non-urban Indian area gets only 20% of healthcare infrastructure, and that too into fragmented state. So now, but इसका मतलब ये नहीं है कि आज वहाँ पे healthcare नहीं मिल रहा है. आज भी healthcare मिलता है, but in a very unorganized manner. So almost 70 people require a private healthcare. That this is as per NSSO, and they have to travel at least 20-30 kilometers, up to 100 kilometers or 200 kilometers in order to get the private healthcare journey. That is where the biggest problem starts, because like even we do not know that which symptoms leads to which type of a specialist. So उसके लिए कुछ the biggest problem is that which doctor to go, whether they will get an appointment or not, what are the fee, when are they available, how many turns, journeys that they have to take, direct, indirect, and therefore what we at Middle Plus did is we actually researched about 500 villages, 7 states, interviewed more than 1,000 people in order to identify this approach of going and catering rural population. That a platform was built, local doctors means from qualified healthcare providers from Tehsil and district were given opportunity to interact and came on the platform. But the reality is 65% of Indian population do not have internet access. So therefore we created now the sort of a banking correspondent individual, we created a health correspondent called Meadow Method, who he or she enables the usage of technology and helps the villagers to transact, utilize the platform, and this is how the platform is behaving right from so there is this platform, patient can go directly on the platform or through Meadow Method. They can use the algorithms to identify which type of doctor, and everything is interlinked, and doctor can suggest to diagnostic hospitals, the prescriptions, test reports, everything is uploaded and kept secured as a health record. Yeah. Now, the biggest thing is, for this audience, what is the importance of healthcare? And the most important thing is, if anyone's family is unwell, entire family gets impacted. The livelihoods gets impacted, and therefore the loans, the timely repayment of loans also gets impacted. Therefore, poor health is a real big concern. Hence, because not only savings gets impacted, the risks increases from a lending perspective, not because of the non-active, non-economic activities, but because of poor health. So the point here is it's important to build a partnership with private institutes and microfinance bodies put together. Skip it. Next. Next one. Yeah. So this is where the entire possible synergies are there, that there are livelihoods which get generated in case meadow myths are to be made. The health correspondent, I am saying, they can, together we can create livelihoods among the members, and incomes can increase. Financing is there, the health kit financing, which can increase to 50,000, and there are possibility of making about 10,000 meadow myths in next couple of years. Only in Uttar Pradesh, we piloted it and found that only in 400 villages we are able to do about 37,000 patient transactions. So this movement is there. The skill building, which is again approved by Healthcare Sector Skill Council. So it's a larger collaboration which is happening, and then most importantly the financing of healthcare itself. So emergency, when people are in healthcare emergency, they don't have time to apply for loans. That is, in case some pre-sanctioned loans are given, the opportunity is immense. Even one branch, as per NSSO, and if we collate and as a proportion, has an opportunity of 25 crores annually disbursement only towards healthcare loans. So while there are indirect advantages also about the brand building, about the soft angles itself, associating with the local healthcare facilities gives a huge brand impact to the microfinance also, and to whosoever is the provider. So yeah, so from the a different side of a mode, this is what I wanted. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. You see, as regards the ecosystem is concerned, ecosystem to me comprises of four things. One is the acceptor or the resource area, resource person, environment, and the climate. In regard to so far the हमारा resource person की बात है, हमारे पास sufficient population है to have the penetration. Our penetration in microfinance is around 92 lakh people. हम लोग अभी 92 लाख तक पहुंचे. We are estimate the UP population of UP is concerned to be 17 crore around. We still have something around more than 5 or 6 times penetration available in the state. So our present microfinance is around 24,000 crore. It is required to reach by around 1.44 lakh crore or 1,50,000 crore. Availability of the potentials in the state. In regard to resources, as Shukla ji has rightly mentioned in his address in the earlier session, that in resources we have certain challenges. In our microfinance, we are getting the people, but people, there is a high level of attrition. हमारे around 30% के आसपास attrition है, and this thing needs to be addressed very seriously. And the third thing is the environment. Environment has some ecosystem का environment has already been created by Reserve Bank. They have already given the policies, there are rules, regulations, and everything is in place. So the microfinance has got the regulation, microfinance has got the due legislation from the government, microfinance has got the due recognition from the government. Of course, I have one more thing to say here. We are, as a microfinance is concerned, we are lacking somewhere in the eyes of government. हमारी recognition अभी भी government level पर नहीं है. ये हम सभी लोगों को मानना पड़ेगा. हम लोग अभी भी government level पर हमारी recognition बहुत कम है. शायद इसका रीजन ये है कि हम लोगों ने कभी भी गवर्नमेंट से अलाइन करने का कोशिश नहीं की. गवर्नमेंट से अलाइन करने का कोशिश का मतलब हमारा जब हम कहते हैं कि हमारे जैसे हमारे हर डिस्ट्रिक्ट में एलडीओ ऑफिस है, हर डिस्ट्रिक्ट में एलडीओ ग्राम पंचायत है. हम लोगों ने जब भी क्लाइंट को लेने की कोशिश की तो हमने अपने सोर्सेस से लिया. हमने कभी गवर्नमेंट की सपोर्ट नहीं लिया. बिकॉज एलडीओ ऑफिस देयर वी हैव नेवर अप्रोच एलडीओ ऑफिस कि भाई हमको आप कुछ जो एप्लीकेशन आपकी लोन की एप्लीकेशन है वो हमको दे दीजिए, हम उसको फाइनेंस करना चाहते हैं. शायद हमारा फॉर्मेट नहीं था, इसलिए शायद गवर्नमेंट ने हमको किसी भी स्टेज पर कभी रिकॉग्नाइज नहीं किया. दैट इज माय फेयर एडमिशन ओवर हियर. And so we need to have a better alignment with the government. I think Prime Minister Swadhyati Yojana was one of the best opportunity came for the microfinance. लेकिन उसमें भी हम लोग थोड़ा सा we lost miss the bus. शायद हम लोग उसमें किसी कारणों से हम लोगों ने उसमें पार्टिसिपेट उतनी इंटरेस्टफुली नहीं किया जितनी इंटरेस्टफुली हम लोग को करना चाहिए. Because that scheme was primarily launched for microfinance. Except in Varanasi, Kashmir, Ashirwad, these few organizations have participated in PM Swadhyati at Varanasi. But in other districts, I don't think there is any alignment with the government and aligning with this Prime Minister Swadhyati Yojana. And that was one of the best opportunities for the micropreneurs to align and to have their image presented before the government. And the fourth thing, that is the availability of the ecosystem, is law and order. Of course, the government is supportive because government, हमारे यूपी के स्टेट में हम लोगों को किसी भी लॉ एनफोर्सिंग एजेंसी से कभी भी माइक्रो फाइनेंस को लेके कोई ऐसी इश्यूज नहीं है. शायद इसका रीजन जैसे तिवारी जी ने भी कहा कि शायद यहाँ पर लॉ एंड ऑर्डर सिचुएशन इज बेटर, which is why we could not face such problem as in case of Assam or other state we have faced it. So to my mind, microfinance has got a better, very better ecosystem. It has got all ingredients to prosper in this state. The only thing what we have to see is we have to see our resource side. That is our staff and our staff side that needs to be addressed very seriously. Otherwise, our system and our student system is proper in place.
Thank you very much. जैसे मेरे कलीग्स ने बताया कि इकोसिस्टम में सपोज वी हैव टू, जैसे हमें अगर हमें आउटरीच करना है तो उसके लिए टेक्नोलॉजी एक कैसा है मीन्स हमारे पास जिसके साथ हम अपनी जो एक्टिविटीज़ है स्केल अप कर सकते हैं. लेकिन एट द सेम टाइम इंटरनेट अवेलेबिलिटी बहुत लो है तो हमें वी हैव टू गो फॉर फिजिकल दिस थिंग. और उसके लिए लाइक हमें ब्रिक एंड मॉर्टर से बाहर आना होगा. जो ब्रिक एंड मॉर्टर कॉन्सेप्ट है लाइक बिजनेस कॉरस्पॉन्डेंट्स हैं. बैंक्स हैव ऑलरेडी टाई अप्स विद सो मेनी बिजनेस कॉरस्पॉन्डेंट्स जैसे CSP हैं, सर्विस प्रोवाइडर्स हैं. तो एक इसकी तरफ सेकंड जो इकोसिस्टम को और रैशनलाइज करने के लिए लाइक यूपी के अंदर वी हैव ह्यूज रिसोर्सेज और एट द सेम टाइम जब रिसोर्सेज हमारे पास होते हैं तो एक रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी आ जाती है बैंक के ऊपर, MFIs के ऊपर को कि उसमें आउटरीच करने के लिए. तो इसमें जैसे सबसे प्रॉब्लम एक ये आती है कि लाइक टेक्नोलॉजी तो है एक इशू, उसमें सेकेंड होता है कि कोलैटरल वी आस्क फॉर, जनरली बैंक्स आस्क फॉर कोलैटरल सिक्योरिटी. तो उसकी तरफ जैसे गवर्नमेंट ने या जो भी स्कीम्स हैं उसमें बहुत अच्छे स्टेप्स लिए हैं. लाइक मुद्रा योजना है, उसमें 10 लाख से इज नो collateral required. So that facilitates outreach, reaching to the unbanked areas. So इस तरह से जो steps लिए जाएं तो those are very good steps. और banks और MFIs भी I suppose कि this is a huge responsibility and we should go for it.
तो कुछ गैप्स समझ में आ रहे हैं कि क्या है, लेकिन वहाँ जाने से पहले मेरा आप दोनों से प्रदीप जी और नीरज जी आपसे मेरा क्वेश्चन ये है कि आपकी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के या आपके बिजनेस मॉडल के ऐसे क्या कंपोनेंट या ऐसी क्या चीज़ है, और वो सवाल आप सुबह से अब तक की जितनी भी डिस्कशंस हुई हैं उनके कॉन्टेक्स्ट में बता सकते हैं कि आपके मॉडल में क्या ऐसी चीज़ें हैं जो माइक्रो फाइनेंस या फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन को हेल्प कर सकती हैं अगर उनको वहाँ अडॉप्ट किया जाए. तो आपका टेक्नोलॉजी है और वो एक ख़ास तरह से यूज़ हो रही है माइक्रो फाइनेंस सेक्टर में, वो एक चीज़ है. लेकिन आपके बिजनेस मॉडल में या आपकी अप्रोच में ऐसी क्या चीज़ है जो आपको लगता है कि अगर ये करें तो शायद फाइनेंशियल इंक्लूजन बेटर हो सकता है या माइक्रो फाइनेंस और ज़्यादा एफिशिएंटली पहुँचाया जा सकता है?
I think it's a very interesting question, and I think in my experience, what I feel is कि आज की डेट में जो MFI सेगमेंट के अंदर रिक्वायरमेंट्स और एस्पिरेशंस है, वो जितने भी टेक्नोलॉजी प्लेयर्स है, they have to keep in mind that they are building something for the rural Indians, and this is not a product which people like you and me will utilize in a tier 1 or a tier 2 city. I think that is the genesis of how the product should be developed in the very first place, because the needs and aspirations of the rural customer is very different from a consumer like you and me, who know how to interact with an Amazon or the Flipkarts of the world. So that is the fundamental change in the thought process that firstly needs to happen. Now, going deep into it, I feel that there is a lot of need to evaluate what exactly is the requirement of the end customer of the MFI. So for that, let's say if I have to go into the very basic fundamentals of an MFI business, usually we see that a customer is actually visiting a branch for taking a loan. At the time of sanction, they have to sign a lot of loan documentation, which can run into a couple of pages, and is being asked by the branch manager that you have to sign on so and so positions on so and so pages on the document. So that itself is a very time-consuming affair, both for the customer as well as for the branch. Because before the customer walks into the branch manager also have to ensure that the logistics of the paperwork have to be in place. मुझे देखना पड़ेगा कि मेरे पास stationery है, मेरे पास printers है branch के अंदर, and then only I can ensure that the customer onboarding happens. Because what we also observed, and this was also a learning from some of the MFI implementation that we did for our own financial services, where we realized that their CDO emphasized on a very fundamental point, that when the customer is coming to an MFI for the loan sanction and signing the documentation at the branch, they are actually leaving their work and coming to that branch. So they have to compromise on their daily wages, which in essence was a very big problem, because somewhere it is also impacting the productivity of that borrower who has to leave the workplace and travel kilometers to reach that branch and complete the loan documentation process. So here we realize that there could be a larger benefit of using a disruptive technology that legality is providing in the market, which can impact all the stakeholders and can have far-reaching impact on all the stakeholders, be it the employees of the MFI, who are actually able to save a lot of their productive hours, and they can utilize that time to onboard new set of customers. Second, beneficiaries could be the end customer, who can conveniently sign at the comfort of their home without even having to come to the branch. So these are the innumerable countless benefits which will actually lead to a lot of returns on the investment for the disruptive technology, which will change the way business is being done.
So, as I mentioned, that health is a big problem, but simultaneously, good health is a very progressive aspect. किसी भी जने की जिंदगी में अगर अच्छी हेल्थ है तो हम बहुत काम करने के इच्छुक रहते हैं और कर भी सकते हैं. Similarly, जो माइक्रो फाइनेंस का बिजनेस मॉडल है वो प्राइमरीली सोशल इंक्लूजन का बिजनेस मॉडल है. अगर आप हेल्थ भी देखते हैं इन एन अनऑर्गेनाइज्ड मैनर, इंडिया के अंदर हमेशा एक ये सोशल इंक्लूजन ही रहा है, चाहे मास की बात कर रहा हूं मैं, और अगर राइट फ्रॉम द चाइल्ड बर्थ, किससे चाइल्ड बर्थ कराना है, सो इट इज अ दाई हू कम्स देयर. सो दैट्स फ्रॉम वेयर द हिस्ट्री ऑफ दिस कंट्री कम्स ओरिजिनेटेड. वहां से इवन टुडे अगर एक दूसरे से पूछकर जाते हैं कि कहां पर मेरी को बीमारी है और किधर जाना है. Like I was speaking to someone and then because मेरी तबीयत खराब है and I asked someone, a friend of mine, and came to know that Dr. Khan is a very good doctor, so I should be going there. But Dr. Khan is an orthopedic doctor and I have a gastro problem. Just because someone is not aware about that Dr. Khan is an orthopedic, but he or she was cured, and hence I am also routed to the same doctor irrespective of the ailment that I have. Now these are very critical situations in someone's life. Therefore, the first social inclusion component is maybe since we can create a lot of livelihoods together, there is an opportunity to encourage good health in villages. हमारे जो माइक्रो फाइनेंस के मेंबर्स हैं, अगर वो हेल्थ कॉरेस्पॉन्डेंट बनते हैं, अपने पास के डॉक्टर जो जाने माने डॉक्टर हैं उनके साथ विलेज से अपॉइंटमेंट इन पर्सन या डिजिटली करा सकते हैं, तो उनकी इमेज बहुत अच्छी हो जाती है. देयर इज अ ट्रस्ट व्हिच गेट्स बिल्ट अप, नॉट ओनली फॉर दैट इंडिविजुअल, आल्सो फॉर द ब्रांड. एंड मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंटली, the other benefit is there is a livelihood which is getting generated, which is in tune of maybe 5,000 plus. And one of the best examples this country has is Asha workers, because it's the females who have transformed and took this country to multiple ahead steps. So therefore, it does not mean that there is no cavity. Right now there is still a gap, and that gap has to be fulfilled. And therefore the health correspondence is another component which is going to come. So that is one synergy item that I clearly see. Second, as I mentioned, कि इमरजेंसी के समय में गांव वाले के पास कोई भी ज्यादा डॉक्यूमेंट्स नहीं है, वो सिर्फ पिलर टू पोस्ट दौड़ता है पैसों का अरेंज करने के लिए. If we can create some pre-sanctioned loans, maybe for a time period of maybe 6 months, and therefore can be renewed basis some algorithms subsequently, तो जब इमरजेंसी के समय पे हम गांव वालों को लोन दे सकते हैं, वो हमें दिल के अंदर ही याद रखेगा. So these two things, हम आज भी उस डॉक्टर को याद करते हैं जिसने कोई मेरी या तो सर्जरी करी हो या घर में डिलीवरी करवाई हो किसी को. So अगर कभी भी मुसीबत के समय में बिना पेन पॉइंट के क्योर हो गया, पैसा मिल गया, शायद वो हमेशा दिल के अंदर रहेगी सिचुएशन. एंड जो लोग उसके प्रेयर.
पहला सुख निरोगी काया, दूसरा सुख घर में वो माया. तो अगर ये दोनों चीजें हम लोग दिला पाए, पहुंचा पाए, हम फैसिलिटेट कर पाए, तो शायद हमने दो नीड्स, तो जो टॉप की दो नीड्स है किसी भी इंसान की, वो तो पूरी कर दी. बट सिन्हा सर, इसी सवाल को मैं आपसे दूसरी तरफ से पूछूंगा. सुबह से हम लोग बात कर रहे हैं अप्रोप्रिएट प्रोडक्ट्स की. आपकी नजर से एज एन इंडस्ट्री बॉडी, हाउ sensitive or how responsive has the microfinance industry been to the needs of the customer, or is it that straight jacket product ले गए, अब क्योंकि आपके पास कोई चॉइसेस तो है नहीं, तो आप ये ले लीजिए तो ठीक है, और उसमें फिर सामने वाला स्ट्रगल करे या जो है वो, तो उसमें हम नहीं, भाई हम हमारे पास तो यही है, आप ले लीजिए. अभी जैसे इन्होंने बताया, मेरे को दर्द है पेट में, लेकिन क्योंकि मेरे गांव में एक ही डॉक्टर है और वो हड्डियों का डॉक्टर है, तो मेरी मजबूरी है उसके पास जाना. अब वो दवाई सही दे रहा है, क्या दे रहा है, मुझे नहीं. So from the other perspective of the service providers, what do you think, where do we stand as an industry in terms of being responsive to the customer needs, or what it will take to come up with those kind of models where we can respond in a shortest possible time to the customer needs, customize it to the customer segment, to the region specific, geography specific needs.
Thank you very much, sir. You see, as regard the responsiveness is concerned, I believe the microfinance institutions are the most responsible institutions. They are leading to very responsible way of lending. Still, I remember, I have been to many centers. वहाँ पर आज भी जो माइक्रोफाइनेंस के 5 प्रिंसिपल्स कहे जाते हैं, प्रार्थना आज भी कंटिन्यू सभी सेंटर्स में प्रार्थना होती है. वहाँ पर अभी भी जितने भी लोग हैं, वो मेरे ख्याल से चाहे वो ब्रांच मैनेजर हो चाहे लोन ऑफिसर हो, अपने क्लाइंट को लोन की कंडीशन जरूर बताते हैं. दे ऑलवेज टेल द रेट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट, they always give the loan card, they always tell the value, what is the available balance available in your account, and they always create bring tag to the customer trust. While being a commercial bank, I have never seen that a commercial bank manager ever tells them what is rate of interest. Even you cannot get a loan passbook. My colleague is here from State Bank of India. आई थिंक शी विल बेयर विद मी। हम लोग अभी भी छोटे बालों को क्या कोई लोन पासबुक देते हैं? आई डोंट थिंक दैट वी आर गिविंग एनी लोन पासबुक टू एनी स्मॉल बालो। स्टेटमेंट ऑफ अकाउंट देते हैं, वो स्टेटमेंट ऑफ अकाउंट कितनी मुश्किल से मिलता है, आपसे बेहतर कोई नहीं जानता है। या यू गो टू द ब्रांच एंड आस्क टू ये मुझे स्टेटमेंट दे दो, तो कहेगा वो अदर सर्विसेज का फॉर्म भर के दीजिए, फिर उसमें 125 रुपये उसके चार्जेस मार देगा, फिर उसके बाद वो पास स्टेटमेंट निकाल दीजिएगा, बैंक स्टेटमेंट में कब से कब तक ये भी नहीं होगा। बट इन माइक्रो फाइनेंस आई हैव फाउंड दैट ऑल द पीपल गिव द लोन पासबुक एंड द पासबुक एवरीबडी इज वेरी मच अवेयर अबाउट रेट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट, व्हाट इज द रेट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट, out of rate of interest, out of the installment, how much amount is going to the interest portion, how much amount is going to the loan portion. So this sector is highly responsible. But I believe जो आप कहना नहीं चाह रहे थे, जो आपके मुंह मन में था कि कुछ गड़बड़ होती है, तो this is individual issues. A person can deceive, a person can commit a forgery. But it is not the industry that is coming up. Industry has its own set of rules of regulation. Industry has their own statement. Every organization has a vision and mission, and this vision and mission is a corporate culture which is known to each and every employee of the organization very lucidly. There is no ambiguity. किसी भी ब्रांच मैनेजर को आप पूछेंगे, उसको अपनी कंपनी का एम्बिशन पता है। Of course, there may be certain things कि भाई किसी ने कहीं फ्रॉड कर दिया, किसी ने कोई समझ कर दी, but all these are individual issues. और वो individual issues cannot be combated through policies. Commercial बैंक में भी ऐसे individual issues होते हैं, वहाँ भी बहुत से फ्रॉड होते रहते हैं। So these things cannot be taken as a policy statement, but as a policy, as a sector, we believe it is the most responsible sector. It is doing its obligations in the most responsible manner. The second thing is about the availability of fund. I believe availability of fund is always there. क्योंकि हम लोगों ने अभी NABARD वाले नहीं है, अब NABARD has a system of SHGs. SHGs provide the loan at any point of time. If one borrower goes to the कर्ता उससे बोलती है कि मुझे इस वक्त इतनी emergency का लोन चाहिए, immediately that कर्ता will arrange the loan from rolling fund or from any other fund. Likewise in microfinance also, a client can approach their loan officer or a branch manager at any point of time and can say I require loan. But the worst thing what a person will do, अगर उसको 10,000 रुपए की जरूरत है, तो उसको बोलेगा कि हमारा 20,000 चल रहा है, हम इसको 20,000 को 30,000 कर दें। But a client will never be returned back. But client will always come. Organization will always come up with the expectations of the client, which is why I underline that we have got to form the fifth cycle of loan. एक लोन के बाद क्लाइंट आपको छोड़ता नहीं है, एक लोन के बाद फिर दोबारा आता है। So we have 4 or 5 cycles of loan. This 4 or 5 cycles of loan or a second cycle of loan you will never find in a commercial bank. Commercial bank में एक बार लोन दिया, उसको नमस्ते भाई साहब दोबारा बताना नहीं किया। आना तो बाजू से रास्ते सकता। So I believe the microfinance has a robust system of attending to the needs and the requirements of the clients. They have a very robust system of responsible finance. They understand the credit needs of the borrower. They are always at the doorstep of the borrower.
Thank you, sir. गुरप्रीत मैम, अभी क्योंकि बात कमर्शियल बैंक्स के उसमें आ गई है, तो आप ये बताइए कि how are the commercial banks or how can commercial banks better facilitate this outreach to the unreached segments? And again repeating my question, सिन्हा सर को शायद हो सकता है मैं ठीक से बता नहीं पाया एक्चुअली क्या है दिक्कत हम लोग के साथ कि पढ़े अंग्रेजी स्कूल में रहते हैं हिंदी बेल्ट में, तो वो दोनों ही भाषाओं में गड़बड़ हो जाती है, तो कुछ कहते हैं कह कुछ जाते हैं, त्रिशंकु वाली स्थिति है। तो मेरा सवाल दूसरा था वो ये था कि क्या हम अप्रोप्रिएट प्रोडक्ट्स, भाई हमारे सेगमेंट हमारे जो कस्टमर हैं वो अलग अलग तबके के हैं और अलग अलग काम के लिए लेते हैं, तो आर वी एबल टू प्रोवाइड देम लोन्स that match their income streams or their seasonal cycles or something. So that I'll put to you, ma'am. How are the commercial banks facilitating this outreach to the unbanked or through, specifically through the microfinance institutions?
एक्चुअली सबसे पहले तो मैं यही कहना चाहूँगी, जैसे बैंक MFI डेफिनेटली बहुत अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं, बिल्कुल यहाँ पे अनबैंक्ड एरियाज में जाके काम कर रहे हैं, यहाँ पे कमर्शियल बैंक शायद नहीं पहुँच पाते हैं। उस पर एक तो जैसे मैंने रिसेंटली एग्रीकल्चर टेक ओवर किया है, तो पहले तो क्रॉप लोन ही है अप टू 1.6 लाख, दिस इज collateral free. Then we are aggressively going for मुद्रा लोन्स, तो वो भी एक FI आउटरीच के लिए बहुत अच्छा वो है कि इसकी जो क्रेडिट रिक्वायरमेंट्स हैं वो अप टू 10 लाख पूरी हो रही है। गवर्नमेंट का डेफिनेटली बहुत बड़ा सपोर्ट है कि क्रेडिट गारंटी उसमें अवेलेबल है, तो बैंक उसमें शायद कोई एप्रीहेंशन के बिना कर रहे हैं। सर एक थर्ड ये है कि अभी यूपी के अंदर रिसेंटली मैंने बहुत क्लोजली काम किया फॉर द लास्ट 2 मंथ सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप्स के लिए। सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप से बहुत अच्छा एक जरिया है आउटरीच के लिए कि वुमेन एम्पावरमेंट के लिए स्पेशली। तो लास्ट मंथ हमने अराउंड 5000 क्रेडिट लिंकेजेस किए हैं इसमें, तो ये सब एरियाज हैं। और एक और मैं इसमें बताना चाहूँगी कि जैसे फुल परचेज हम कर रहे हैं, तो इस तरह से भी हम हेल्प कर रहे हैं MFIs का फुल परचेज करके, so that MFIs अपना पोर्टफोलियो और आगे बढ़ा सके, तो दैट इज आवर काइंड ऑफ सपोर्ट टू दैट। तो इस तरह से FIs का एक सबसे जो जरूरी है, FI के लिए काउंसलिंग बहुत जरूरी है। तो जैसे मैंने अभी बहुत विलेजेस में भी विजिट किया यूपी के, बहुत लोग ये सोचते हैं कि बैंक सिर्फ लोन एक बांट रहे हैं कोई सरकारी स्कीम के तहत, जैसे सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप्स में मैंने देखा कि शायद वो ये बांट रहे हैं, हमें वापस नहीं देना है। इस तरह की काउंसलिंग FI को सक्सेसफुल करने की बहुत ही जरूरी है कि उनको ये जो लोन दिया जा रहा है ये इनकम जनरेशन पर्पस के लिए दिया जा रहा है, ताकि और उसके बाद अगर आज कोई मान लीजिए माइक्रो लोन है, आपको 50,000 हम दे रहे हैं, उसको इतना सक्सेसफुली करें 1 लाख 2 लाख 10 लाख तक, और फॉर हायर अमाउंट बैंक बुक फाइनेंस है। तो इस तरह की काउंसलिंग एक ये एक सरकारी अदारे से हो सकती है कि उनके पास ये रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी हो कि बैंक से लोन लिया वो इनको इनकम जनरेट करना है और उसको रिटर्न करना है। तो FI आउटरीच के लिए एक बहुत बड़ा ऑब्स्ट्रक्शन है, इसलिए मैं इस चीज़ की बात कर रही हूँ क्योंकि बैंक्स बहुत एप्रीहेंसिव हो जाते हैं कि पता नहीं इससे NPA बढ़ेगा या क्या होगा इस तरह से। तो these are the few steps that we have taken for outreach.
Thank you. And one very quick question. One of the things that most of the MFI, I don't know about MFIs, I should not say that, but some of my friends in NBFCs, when they are questioned about the high rate of interest, they usually point out to the high rate of interest that the commercial banks charge them for unlimited. So how much do you agree or disagree with this point? That if the commercial banks lower their rates, or if they kind of do not try to make profit on these on-lending loans, then perhaps it will be a bit cheaper to the end customer.
आई थिंक जो हमारे फुल परचेज या ऑन लैंडिंग लोन्स हैं हमारे MFIs को, वो जो हमारे बाकी के लोन्स हैं जो दूसरे कमर्शियल लोन्स हैं, उसमें जो रेट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट हमारे मच लो है, क्योंकि जितना भी हमारा MFI से ऑन लैंडिंग है या फुल परचेज है, दिस फॉल्स अंडर प्रायोरिटी सेक्टर, और एज ए प्रायोरिटी सेक्टर का रेट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट हमेशा कम होता है एज कम्पेयर टू अदर कमर्शियल लोन। आई थिंक वो हमारे जनरल those are not very high rates as compared to others, slightly high comparatively. This is what I'm saying, as compared to commercial loans उनके रेट कम होते हैं,
so they are already subsidized to some extent.
Yes.
Not as profit. Okay. So any very quick audience questions?
I think interest पे भी हम
कुछ
very question, rate of interest. Because this was the question being asked by million people. Microfinance charges very high. Must have 3 submissions in this area. My submission number 1. Submission number 1, you have purchased a shirt of 1,000, 2,000 rupees from a open mall, and you do not purchase a shirt of 300 rupees from a shop. One. The thing is, you get quality. Here in microfinance, we provide immediate cash. We provide immediate loan. Second thing is about cost. Supposing you are charging a rate of somebody is charging interest rate of 936 rupees, and somebody is charging 1,000 rupees. Difference between 936 and 1,000 rupees is around 6.4%. 6.4% in percentile makes a difference. But coming to the absolute term, it does not make a lot of difference. It becomes relevant. So in small loans, when we talk of the small ticket size loan, rate of interest do not matter much. The quality and the convenience and the loss of wages to collect matches larger. एक आदमी को अगर आपने काउंटर बैंक के 6 दिन बुलाया, 7 दिन बुलाया, आज आना, कल आना, परसों आना, आज बाबू नहीं है, अफसर नहीं है, उसको 10 बार उसके वेज लॉस हुआ। अब कॉमन माइक्रो फाइनेंस के अंदर उसने सिर्फ 1 घंटे जाना, सीपीआर करके आना, दूसरे दिन उसके अकाउंट के अंदर पेट पहुंच जाए। तो बीच में नहीं। The pricing does not matter in microfinance because of this convenience, because of the fact that we are giving immediate credit, we are giving corruption-free credit, we are giving completely white credit, we are giving the credit in its account with instant. This is the quantum of amount of loan, amount of interest in small ticket size that matters a little less. And now my third submission is, supposing the rate of interest is, if the rate of interest has been ever cause of concern for the microfinance, why the banks and the SFTs bear LPA at the rate of 33-34%, and why the microfinance bear this LPA of 0.6%, 0.7%, 1%, or in around 1%. अगर किसी माइक्रोफाइनेंस सेक्टर का 2% से ऊपर होगा तो इंडस्ट्री के लिए बैठने की स्थिति पैदा है। We are having lowest amount of LPA, we are having the best amount of repayment, we are having a lot of commitment from borrower even after having the high price. And as regards the price again, we are not charging any high price, the prices are already defined by the Reserve Bank of India in its previous regulation, और उसमें एक चीज पर ये दिया गया था, how much is your incidental loan, how much is your profit, how much is the write-off, delinquency, everything was provided in that. So microfinance interest rate of interest is not usurped, it is very reasonable rate of interest, और हमारा competition rate of interest के मामले में कभी भी कमर्शियल बैंक से नहीं है, हमारा competition money lender से, जो money lender इस चूस के पैसा निकालता है, हमारा competitor money lender है, कमर्शियल बैंक कभी नहीं है। कमर्शियल बैंक से competition हमारा convenience, rules regulation और क्रेडिट एलिजिबिलिटी इन सब चीजों पर हमारा कमर्शियल बैंक से कंपटीशन है। रेट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट हमारा जो भी कंपटीटर है वो कमर्शियल है।
Very valid points, but being cognizant of the time and tea break, I think we can continue with this discussion. Our panelists will be around for some time, and I think we have very good even business opportunities with these two gentlemen sitting here, Gurpreet ma'am from a commercial bank. So I think we can continue this discussion over tea, and thanks for being patient, audience.
Thank you.
Thanks to the panelists.
Thank you. Yes, you have to do the courtesy. Neeraj Chandra. A small token of appreciation.
Now, Mr. Namaskar, I will not take much time. Basically, I just wanted to conclude today's deliberations. Just some of the key points which arise in this discussion. I just wanted to begin. One is that one point which came out very loudly is that UP is a state which is still not fully saturated. There is a huge potential available in the state of UP. The maximum penetration and credit penetration for the microfinance is only around 40%. There are several districts which are having less than 2%. That is number one. Number two is that there is a huge scope for increasing the credit flow. The present 24,000 crore can be easily increased by 10 times. That was one of the points which came out in the discussions. Thirdly, it was also mentioned that the NCA during the study has brought out very clearly that microfinance plays an important role as far as the increase in GDP is concerned. It contributes to 2.038 to the GDP. So that's an important thing which we can always take credit of. Another point which came out in the discussion is that RBI was mentioning that basically financial is nothing but it's a democratization of finance. Basically, finance is made available to everyone. So basically, it's a democratization of finance. That's what the RBI was mentioning. Then there was a discussion in the first session where Mr. Raymond D'Souza has given about the details about the NABARD schemes available to the available for financial institutions and to the microfinance center as well as the 6098. There was also a point which came out very clearly is that this sachetization of microfinance is an important aspect, and that is what which is helping the microfinance to grow. Then there is a need to enhance and move to the next level of microfinance. It has to move to the next level. So we have seen that there are several people who have completed the third or fourth or fifth cycle of credit, but they are still at the credit level. How to move them to the next level of micro enterprise? That is something which was discussed during the discussion. Dr. Abdul talked about the DNA which institution need to process to make it different and to make it recognizable to the people, and how an MFI should be working in favor of the staff, because your staff is the most important core in the wheel as far as the microfinance sector financing is concerned. There was a discussion about the need to have state level strategies instead of having an across the board strategy for the country as a whole. There should be state level strategies as far as the microfinance is concerned. Then just making one or two major points on that. There was a point about health. In fact, Neeraj has talked about how health is important as far as the microcredit is concerned. Although you feel that health is not a productive thing, but it is actually it is a real productive component. Because if somebody falls ill in a family, the entire family will go back by few years because of the expenditure it has to incur, and it can also affect the recoveries of it. So there is a need to support the health component. So he also talked about having a pre-sanctioned loan for the health recovery. Probably we should look at that. In fact, we are looking at having a workshop, maybe online workshop for the MFIs, where we will be bringing in some of the MFIs and we'll have a discussion about how to develop a pre-sanctioned product for the health field, because health bills can be rising at any time without any notice. So how to help the such people. So these are some of the points I thought I should highlight here. In fact, from the morning till just now, we had a very, I would say, very productive day. discussing about the various aspects of financial inclusion, especially in the focus of microfinance. So I'm sure you must have definitely gained out of this, and I thank each and every one of you for having come here, spend your whole day, and also participated in the discussion. I especially thank the morning session, the inaugural session, the guests who graced the occasions like RBI, CGF NABARD, then Mr. SPC. So I thank them. I thank the panelists from all the 3 sessions, as well as the moderators who have done an excellent job and brought out the discussions in a much more interesting and productive manner. I thank everyone, and as Mukesh said, although many people have left, it shows that how many of you are genuinely interested in the sector. We still have, I'm really happy that we still have around 30 people around. So thank you so much, and have a good day, and thank you.
Please join in tea.
Yeah.